Me and my niggas trying to get it, yeah, bitch. Saturn going retrograde all up in this bitch. You better get your finance bills in right. Cause motherfuckers doing nothing right. None. You better get your bills and finances, bitch. Yeah, bitch. You better do that time management, bitch. Yeah, bitch. Cause Saturn ain't fucking around. And it's really going down. It's going down. We got the moon in Leo, yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch. If you say it with your chest, yo, bitch. You, bitch. Hey, what's the vibes, family? What's the vibes? How we feeling today? How we doing, YouTube? How we doing, IG? How we feeling today? Weather's nice. We got the moon in Leo. What a time to feel alive. All right, look alive, motherfucker. All right. Got the sun in Gemini. All right, we're going to go over these current vibrations we under right now. We're going to get into these Saturn retrograde influences. All right. Got a lot going on, y'all. So excuse me if it feels like I'm speeding through some of this. All right. You know, everything is speedy right now. Everything is fucking speedy. Mercury, the fastest planet in the motherfucking solar system, is back direct. We got the sun in air, moon in fire, everything. Everybody late everywhere. Y'all late to y'all barber appointments, your salon appointments. You motherfucking rush into the salon on the phone with your motherfucking hairstyles. Like, girl, I'm 20 minutes away. I'm 50. Please, just extend that little 15-minute late policy. Just add another 10 on that. All right. So look, I'm gonna get straight into it, family. I hope everybody's well. Luminous Eyes, Nicola Empress, Justin Mala, MV, the press waiting on you to tell me why. Oh, we gonna get into it. We gonna get into it. What's going on, everybody on iJizzle? What's going on, everybody on iJizzle? We got Cheryl's in the building. All right. All right. Let's get right into it, y'all. Sun in Gemini, moon in Leo. We already know when we have that air fire influence, we're going to be more inclined to say it with our chest, right? To be a bit more impulsive and have more conviction with our sense of communication. Motherfuckers ain't holding shit in this weekend. I don't encourage you to hold shit in this weekend. Let it out, be as transparent as possible. What's on the mind and is on the heart. That's what makes Leo, people with a lot of Leo energy, this is what makes them so dynamic when it comes to their form of expression, because that should come from the heart a lot of the time. When they're on stage, they dance with their heart. They act with their heart. This is why actors and actresses that have Leo placements, they lose themselves in their roles a lot of the time. They could jump into that imagery. All right. So we're going to obviously be seeing the new details. We're going to have a strong Mercury influence when it comes to creative projects, creative expression. Anything you do when you're in a form of expression, anything you do where people can see you on camera, people can see your presentation, people can see your appearance. These are the things we're a little bit more critical about with ourselves right now and others. So it's going to help us to see certain things that we ain't see before, make certain changes with how we want to demonstrate ourselves, present ourselves to the world in different type of ways, especially with our creative projects. All right. We already know the sun in Gemini, we good for manifesting critique from different areas, including internally. All right. So when you're getting critique during Gemini season, especially when it comes to the circle, the company you keep, you have to make sure that shit is not just going to one ear and going out the out. No, can I do something with this? Is this advice constructive? Can I build with this? Is this something that most people would be reluctant to tell their friends, but I got somebody really giving me the truth? See, that's a question motherfuckers don't be asking right there. You shouldn't have to question what the fuck your friends is getting on you for. Your friends, if you got true friends, if you got a true brother, a true sister, when they get on your ass, you shouldn't have to question their intentions. You should know where that's coming from. All right? If you got people in your life and you can't get on their ass, you know, it's all good. It's all good and dandy. You know, when energies, the vibes is good, when y'all got to smoke together, when y'all want to Netflix and chill, you know, when y'all want to watch the game together, you know. But when it comes down to telling a motherfucker that you supposedly care and love you too, you know, that they need to tighten up in certain areas, and you stepping on eggshells just to do that. You feel like you stepping on their toes just to do that shit. That you got to. That ain't a good sign. That ain't a good sign. That relationship needs some development. That relationship is lacking a lot of transparency, you know. And we can have these people in our life. We can have people in our life that we care about, that we love. But when it comes to telling them something about the truth, maybe we know because their temper, their reaction, their ignorance, their motherfucking you know, their entitlement, whatever it is. All right, we know the negative traits with the people we fucking love. All right. So that's something to keep in mind for the entire Gemini season. All right, guys. But nonetheless, the weather's great. The moon is Leo. You feel me? We live in a crazy world, so you got to do your best to make sure your world is as beautiful and vivid as possible. All right. So, you know, as much as I go on my tangents and my rants about, you know, the fucking evils of this motherfucking world, so we could stay spiritually aware as to what matters, what's important, and how to continue to develop ourselves spiritually, that doesn't negate us having fun. That doesn't negate us experiencing our fifth house. But there's a time and place for everything. There's a time and place for everything. All right. And that's going to be a theme dealing with Saturn retrograde this summer. That's going to be a theme. All right. So that's what we got going on with the sun in Gemini, the moon in Leo, just to hover over that energy. All right. The sun is also harmonizing with the moon. All right, this is a sextile. So between the moon in Leo and the sun in Gemini, they sextile each other. Once again, air gives fire direction. All right, fire needs air to travel. So a lot of fire signs. Sorry, y'all. This is why I'm saying I might speed up. I'm in the middle of so many things right now. So there we go. Fire gives air direction. Air gives fire direction, and fire enlightens air signs. So a lot of the times when it comes to fire and air signs, you know, a fire sign can have the vision. A fire sign can have the charge, the excitement, you know, bring all the potential energy into the mixture, right? When the air sign comes along, they may have certain ideas, or they may be able to look at things from more of a logical perspective, see certain details, probably know somebody that knows somebody to help the fire sign get something from point A to B. And also the air sign also get ignited by fire signs a lot of the time. All right. So I be getting on my Aries, I be getting on my Leos a lot of the time. But for real, the Aries that I'm cool with, the Leos that I'm cool with, you feel me? The Sagittarius is in my life. The motherfuckers do a great job, you know, helping me to understand. Don't lose sense of your motherfucking vision. All right. A fire sign know how to charge up an air sign. Earth signs air signs, we react the quickest to the fire signs. Water signs, they be processing shit from the fire signs. So fire signs be expressing themselves and everything. Water signs be on their understanding shit. They be receiving it and shit. But you know, they got to process what the fuck the fire sign is giving out, because everything with the water signs is observing the subconscious. So a fire sign could be real hype, expressive about something. A water sign ain't gonna just jump on that shit. It ain't just gonna reflect the excitement. It's gonna get to the root of what they talking about, what they through that energy, right? But the water will be able to pick up on the vibration. All right, water signs deal with vibrations. Fire signs deal with feelings as well. You know, fire signs can deal with a lot of heavy emotion. So, you know, that's one thing that the water sign will be able to correlate with. Like, damn, this person mad excited right now. The fuck going on in their life? And then after the fire sign finish expressing what they're expressing, water sign gets to processing and understanding it. Earth signs, they're not going to jump that quick when it comes to fire signs. They don't jump that quick with nothing. So earth signs, they could see the idea that the Leo, Sagittarius, the Aries is hype about, is excited about, you feel me, is expressive about. But the earth signs ain't gonna let the emotion, the excitement, the charge of the fire sign really get them all giddy, you know, unless it's a lot, it really resonates with certain things. The earth sign is dealing with in their life. That shit got to do with building something. Then you get an earth sign hype, like, okay, yeah, motivate me, Leo. How much you said we could make? They clean your credit, and how that fast they clean your credit? You feel me? Shit like that. Then you got an earth sign hype, like, okay. Then you got a Taurus and motherfucking Capricorn, Virgo hype. You feel me? Got their ass showing emotion now, because they in their head like, well, I'm finna get my credit clean in a month. I thought that should take a couple of months. I just got the plug. Motherfucker helping me gain some stability. I'm hyped. That's the earth sign. Now, air signs, to be honest, besides not so much Aquarius, Libras and Geminis can be kind of gullible in the sense that when good ideas come their way, they get hype on that shit. It could happen with Aquariuses too, though. It could happen with Aquariuses too. It's just not as much with Aquarius at that time, because Aquarius got such a go against the grain energy. So, but it's natural that you bring something to Aquarius, and by default, it's natural that they have an opposite viewpoint of it. And them having an opposite viewpoint of what you're bringing to them helps them to understand, you know, if it's something they want to align with or not. So just because they start with the opposite viewpoint with the Aquarius doesn't mean it's going to stay there. So you bring a business plan to Aquarius, you bring an idea to Aquarius off rip. This is why they'll question the fuck out of it. Like, okay, what website you finna use for that? Do you have time? Do you even have a time frame to make money? How long is it going to take to make money? Okay, that's how much you're going to bring in. How much are you grossing? How much you going to keep? How much is profit? All right. And then, when the Aquarius start throwing that opposition out and it starts to realize that the things that is opposite to it doesn't really have that much friction, you know, it ain't really that much of an obstacle or issue. Now the Aquarius can feel comfortable doing some shit with you, joining a relationship with you, joining a group project with your ass, or doing something with you, period. So that's the Aquarius vibration. Now, Libras and Geminis, you tell us some shit. We some little gullible ass motherfuckers sometimes. You tell us an idea, we be like, oh, that shit sound fire. All right, when and where? This is what I be telling y'all, Leos and Libras, you know, Geminis, Leos, Geminis and Sag, they opposite, but they be two peas in a pod a lot of the time. It's just that when they fight hard, they fight intense, but they could get right back on track. So Gemini Sagittarius relationships or siblings, they gonna beat each other ass. Well, excuse me, not the intimate relationships. We ain't promoting motherfucking domestic abuse. But your siblings, your friends, Gemini Sagittarius, they'll fight hard like a motherfucker, whip each other ass one day, call each other like, what you trying to go out this weekend? Act like they didn't get into that fight. Motherfucker that knocked your weave into next week, but got the audacity to call you tomorrow talking about, hey, like, I'm gonna just cash app you for that yesterday. All right, let's go ahead and get some drinks this Saturday. Weather's nice. Sagittarius be like, all right, fuck it. We were supposed to fight for a reason. I know we were supposed to fight for a reason. That was supposed to happen. There goes Sagittarius throwing some philosophical logic, some philosophy on this shit. Now that shit was pent up. That's what it was. That's why we got into it. We can't be pinning up energies with each other like that, man. We gotta release that shit. You know, I was listening to this video from Sad Guru the other day, and he said, you know, with your friends, that'd be Sagittarius. That's why I love Sagittarius. That's why I love Gemini. That's why I love both of them, because they ain't gonna hold shit for that long. And me, I'm a little grudgy motherfucker, so I can't be around other grudgy motherfuckers. Like, I know that about myself. I got Cap energy, Scorpio energy. I'll hold the fucking grudge. I'll hold the resentment for some shit a little bit. And then my Libra sun gonna act like it's not a problem, though. At least with the Scorpio sun, Capricorn sun, they ain't gonna fake the funk. You gonna know that they still got an issue with that shit. I'm a Libra sun, so I fuck around. My son doing the best to keep his peace. Deep down, I want to beat somebody ass deep down, I want to say something subliminally on some petty shit to reignite the argument again, to give it another chance to see if I could win the argument this time. So I'll be petty like that. I know that. So I can't be around other grudgy motherfuckers. But overall, that's what this fire and air energy does, all right? So when it comes to ideas right now that you have, when it comes to certain ideas you've been sitting on, when it comes to certain things that your friends is going to present to you during this weekend, yeah, all that shit going to look really nice. It's going to look really nice, so we just got to be cautious because energies is moving really fast right now. You feel me? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But that's okay. I'm glad somebody said that. Simply Saraj said, air fans the fire flames for sure. Okay, she said air fans the fire flames for sure. Now that's where the air fires, that's how they clash. That's how they clash. You know, once again, fire sign come to an air sign with the vision, you know, with a perception of something, with an aspiration. Air signs start being a little too logical at times. Fire sign just wanted to come around the air sign because the air sign, he knew the air sign was going to be communicative. She or he knew the air sign was going to be communicative. Throw some more insight about it. You knew you was going to get a reply to something. You say some shit to water earth signs, sometimes they just keep letting you talk. You're like, all right, this is the time where you could say something back. Air signs, air and fire signs cut you off when you talking. We interrupt the fuck out of motherfuckers. You feel me? Evolved air and fire signs know how to be pleasant with it though. They be like, yo, excuse me, I didn't mean to cut you off, but listen. Unevolved air fire signs, they ain't doing that shit. They just gonna interrupt your shit. Water and earth signs, it's like, all right, you can go ahead. I've been talking. I want to know what you think. I want to know how you feel. Earth signs just be like, oh, I'm just saying, I'm letting you. I'm just letting you do your thing. I'm just trying to understand, you know. Water signs like, nah, you know. Nah, I feel you. You know, I got to think about it, you know. Those are the receivers. Those are the receivers. So air and fire signs watch that interrupting shit. All right. That shit annoying. And don't give me the sometimes y'all be trying to give the disclaimer out too, like sorry, I might cut you off. Nah, no, don't acknowledge your issue and not work on it. You need to do some shadow work on your communication abilities. All right. So, all of that is to say how the sun in Gemini harmonizing with the moon in Leo brings a strong ass influence for us to develop new ideas, new perspectives, and be able to connect things dealing with creative abilities at the moment or dealing with our visions at the moment. Strong networking, brainstorming energy, right? And we also got the sun harmonizing with Mars in Aries. All right. So we got the moon in Leo, right? Charged up, expressive Leo hitting the sun in the air sign, and then we got Mars in Aries hitting the motherfucking the sun in Gemini. Anything Mars is hitting from a harmonious level, it's gonna get charged up. It's gonna be probably a bit more aggressive. It's gonna be more passionate though. So we more passionate with the way we expressing shit. We more raw with the way we expressing shit. You seen what I was talking about in my story on Instagram this morning and shit. Y'all already know what type of time I'm on today. You feel me? So let your passion fly. Let your passion fly right now. We've been hibernating, y'all. We just got out of a retrograde, even though another retrograde is starting today. We just got out of that Mercury retrograde, so the throat chakra was a little restricted a little bit. You know, there was times you could have burst out, you could have communicated about some shit, but you was like, you know, let me understand a little bit, let me process this out a little bit. And if you did kind of, you know, communicate impulsively, it might have backfired a little bit with Mercury being retrograde around this time. You might have regretted some things that you said to somebody around that time. Now, Mercury back motherfucking direct. So even though Saturn's direct, that's not so much dealing with expression and communication. All right. That's a whole different energy that we finna get into. Mercury, you gotta exercise your third house. You gotta exercise your communication right now. You gotta exercise the throat chakra right now. All right. So Boom. Now, Mercury direct. I need y'all to understand something about, you know, retrogrades and direct periods. Okay. When a planet, hold on, I'm marking down times for everything. I'm not down times for everything. All right. A brother trying to work on his, you feel me? Trying to be a little bit more professional, a little bit more, you know, on point. So look, we know when we're dealing with retrograde periods, that energy is going through a revision, a reflection, you know, right? We're replaying things. We may attract things from the past, and this is a period for us to, you know, take advantage of a mental, spiritual reset. All right. It's almost like a grace period. Okay. But we have to understand what are the influences of when a planet goes back direct? When a planet goes direct, we get all that karma from that retrograde period for the next couple of transits with that energy. All right. Everything we were supposed to be taking care of, revising, reflecting, all of these things come back into play, and we're really tested around this time. So the test ain't so much during the retrograde. The retrograde is the studying period. You feel me? It's the practice SAT. When planet go direct, universe is like, all right, let's see if you really tuned the shit up. Let's see if you really learned your lesson. Let's see if you was really taking the gem out of the things, the experiences I put you through during the retrograde period for you to understand. That was something for you to learn. Let me throw a similar example, different person, different situation in your life, same lesson, and let's see if you was really studying. So this is something you got to understand about. We be thinking the retrograde is where we finna be tested like that. Yeah, we finna be tested because you still taking the practice SAT in the practice SAT. You still taking practice forms of the test, right? But that shit ain't the official test, though. You could do great on that shit and bomb the motherfucking official test. So, or you could just be like me. You can fly out the practice SAT and cheat like a motherfucker when we get to. Hey, yo, I really mastered cheating in school. I swear to God. Once they started making, once the check app came out in college and shit, I said, they're making this shit too easy. Making this shit too easy. I'm a manipulative cheater too. You know, niggas from the hood, niggas from the hood that's athletes that we probably wouldn't have went to college if we ain't played ball or some shit. Because I'm gonna keep it a whole rack. If I didn't hoop, I probably wasn't going to college, to be honest with you. And it's not because I couldn't obviously intellectually I could apply myself, but it probably wasn't gonna happen. Let me not say that because I got a strong ass family tradition and I got Nigerian parents and shit. But I'm pretty sure the way I thought around the age 17, 18, I probably was like, you know what? Let me just go ahead and let me just start life right now. And when you from the hood, you feel me? And you end up in college somehow, and that shit is through athletics. That shit was not because your ass smart and your ass wanted to go to school. Oh, we some manipulative cheaters. First couple weeks of the semester, we getting cool with all the nerds. We getting cool with all the smart niggas. Joking with the smart niggas when we see them on campus, like, yo, what's good, bro? Shit, inviting them to parties you know they not coming to. You know they be studying. You know they be in the library Saturday and Sunday. You talking about you come to the frat party on Saturday? Listen, if you ever do, make sure you hit my line. Come pregame with me and the homies. You feel me? I think I got a little joint for you. I think you feel me? I think she your type. You feel me? But we gonna talk about that shit later. I know you finna head to the library. I ain't trying to throw you off your game. You feel me? You a whole engineer major and shit. Yo, smart ass. Yo putting together things very well ass. Reading instructions perfectly ass. Like those the motherfuckers I got cool with first week first week, because I know when exam time comes, you finna be my best friend. I know when it's group project time. I know when it's group project time. You in my motherfucker. I'm in your group, nigga. And I know how smart you is, so I know most likely gonna be the one doing all the work in this shit. If there's more smart ass niggas in the group, I say, hey, I ain't complaining. So listen, man. The air signs. We some little schemey motherfuckers. Can't be trusting air signs. I'll tell you that shit now. So but that's the retrograde, y'all. That's the retrograde, the studying period. Mercury's direct now. So listen, if you had Mercury retrograde within air houses, the way universe was making you study was showing you people's true colors in your relationships. This could be motherfucking if it was a third house area, it could be like close friends, things revealed to you about your siblings, about people in your environment, your roommates, if you had that energy transiting. Once again, it's really more of an emphasis on your Gemini. In the house you got Gemini in, it was retrograde. Soulful connection. What's up, baby? You talking about class? You talking about you made it to class? Shit, we just talking about the SAT. Look at that. And if you had because Mercury retrograde was only retrograde in Taurus for not that long. It was definitely in Gemini way more than it was in Taurus. All right. And it's getting ready to go back into Taurus, Gemini soon. So, if you had Mercury retrograde, within the motherfucking 7th house, you are seeing, the new things were being revealed to you from your partner, business partners, especially the 7th house has a whole lot to do with business relationships as well. All right. And then when we get into the 11th house, your associates, groups you may be a part of, communities. You were seeing true colors out of all of these motherfuckers. There were situations that you needed to depend on some of these people, and you realized you couldn't depend on them. The relationship was always Gucci, and it was in your head thinking that when that situation comes up, when there's a time you need to be able to lean on them the way they lean on you, you thought they was going to be sturdy enough. You thought they were going to be stable enough. You thought they were going to be reliable. And that situation came during the retrograde, so you could see the true colors, and you was like, oh, okay. All right. Niggas is quick to ask me this, that, and the third. Niggas is quick to link me for this, that, and the third. Niggas is quick. But when I needed to depend on the motherfucker, so this is if you have these energies, Mercury retrograde transiting your air houses, you were shown the true colors with motherfucking people. All right. And that may have been a lot of us because the Mercury was actually in the air sign. And we know air signs are the relationship signs. Now, if you had Mercury retrograde transiting earth houses, when it came to your career pursuits, when it came to a lot of you guys have been re-navigated when it comes to the direction of what you're going to do with career. So you may have went into the Mercury retrograde at this job or in this position with your career and not really knowing what type of direction or step you should take next. Mercury retrograde was giving you signals. It might have let you know your time is up here now. We need to embark this. We need to start working on these true values. Or your boss really don't give a fuck about you. Or these coworkers over here, they don't really give a fuck about you. Or they taking advantage of you here. Details, revelations when it comes to career, the workplace, how you build stability. This thing that you're good at could make a lot of money. But what you're doing right now is limiting you. New revelations if you had Mercury retrograde transit in the 2nd, 6th, 10th house. All right? Second house was more so on that emphasis of understanding how you can build more stability and security if you utilize some things that you value within yourself. So this is why, because listen, the planets will develop friction. People think planets won't develop problems for you to transform. Mars and Pluto and Uranus ain't the only ones doing that shit. You think Jupiter ain't gonna put you in some pressured ass situation for you to learn something? You think Mercury ain't gonna develop friction somewhere for you to start thinking a certain way? You know, you think Venus won't put you in a situation for you to realize you're being underappreciated, undervalued in an extreme way, so she can start to move you towards a place where you are valued? All right. Planets got the mind of their own now. They ain't no different from us. I keep trying to tell y'all that. You keep looking at these planets like they these big mystical balls of energy, and we worshiping them and praising them when they're just an evolved you. When we talk about the transits, the sun is in this house, Mercury's in. We in the crib, right? I'm in the crib right now. You might be at the crib. You might be at a cookout. You might be where you at right now. That's where they at right now. The sun is in Gemini. The sun is in the third house. The sun is actually experiencing the third house is a place. That is a place for them. We are smaller versions of this shit. Just like when you look at animals. You look at a motherfucking, you look at a fly, you look at an insect, and you think about their life and shit. You're looking at the fish in your fish tank. I do this all the time. I be looking at the fish in my fish tank like, damn, this is fucked up that I got y'all in this tank. My Neptune on the ascendant, on my moon head ass, sensitive head ass. I be like, damn, like, am I limiting y'all experiences, just keeping y'all in the tank? Like, is this selfish of me? So we are gonna look at the smaller bodies of the world. You look at plant life, you be looking at plant life like, damn, this motherfucker, it just came to be a plant this lifetime. Somebody finna step on this motherfucker sooner or later. A squirrel finna chew on this nigga sooner or later. Yeah, we was plant form. Some of us was plant forms. Don't a plant got life? So I don't know what vegans and vegetarians be talking about when they talking about they spiritually the motherfucking animals got life and shit. Oh, so that plant you eating don't got life. I ain't saying it's health. I ain't saying it's not healthier for you at the moment. But y'all think the plant can't feel you when you rip it from its roots and shit? And you put that motherfucker and crunch that motherfucker up in a salad with some croutons and shit. Plant got life too. So if you're gonna talk about your animal, the animals you eating negative energies, you better bless them plants you eating too. That shit had life before you took the motherfuckers out the roots, plucked them off the trees, wherever they fell from. They don't want to hear that shit though. They don't want to hear that shit though. So, but earth signs, not earth signs. Mercury retrograde transit in the earth houses. This is what you was experiencing. You may have been experiencing some friction in the workplace that started pushing you to think and feel certain things about how to re-navigate and how to find a different direction of what you want to do in your life with building stability. You know, Mercury in that sixth house, it may have been things dealing with your regimen and routine for real. Because Mercury don't play in that house. That's Mercury's house. So Mercury's gonna get busy in the sixth house. So you saw some things dealing with your routine. You saw things going on in your workplace. You noticed things about your mental health. You noticed things about your diet and your regimen. Your body probably started really giving you signs like, motherfucker, please treat me better right now. Because you keep neglecting this like we all not together and in sync in this motherfucker. You know you feel me itching. You know you feel this motherfucking pinch nerve here. You know these chronic migraines is coming from a lack of sleep. You notice that. So yeah, if you got them energies transiting your sixth house, Boro's still worshiping his the facts. Hell yeah. Listen, I done replaced my rice. I'm a rice addict. Grew up on rice my whole life. I could literally just eat rice like a motherfucker. Don't need nothing else. I done replaced that shit with greens. Life changer. Life changing, y'all. All right. I ain't fucking around with my greens right now. All right. My Saturn return and shit. I got Saturn in the first house. So my karma around this time has a whole lot to do with my body and all of that shit. I ain't fucking around. You feel me? But that's that Mercury retrograde transit in the 6th house. Now, Mercury retrograde transit in the 10th house is a whole lot of shit you notice when it comes to your reputation, when it comes to things you can invest in career and overall stability and security. You know, you may have manifested conversations with people telling you about how you're perceived in some type of shape or form for you to be stimulated to use your influence in some type of way. The 10th house and 11th house have a lot to do with influence. It takes 5 minutes for a tree to feel pain. Trees feel pain. Plants feel pain. It's just a delayed process for them. That's all. That's all. Can't act like plant don't got life, but in the spiritual community, we hugging trees. We talking about grounding. We talking about grounding, putting your feet on soil and shit, hugging trees. But then we turn around and eat these motherfuckers too. That's just a little backwards. It's a little backwards. All right. Ain't nobody saying don't eat animals. Ain't nobody saying don't eat plants. It's just understand we don't have to have such an extreme dogmatic view about it. Your body is going to go through certain chapters and certain transitions. This part of your life, it may resonate with this type of diet. Then you start understanding your blood type. You start understanding this what resonates with you. It's not about the vegan, vegetarian movement. No, you got to understand what resonates with you. Our ancestors, they were eating meat and shit, but they knew how to worship. I mean, they knew how to, they were different than us. They knew how to give praise. They knew how to bless that motherfucker. They knew how to send that spirit off to a next realm with positive energy. You feel me? So you need to make sure you program in your food before you eat, to say the least. All right, to say the least. Now, so yeah, that Mercury retrograde transit in the 10th house area. A lot of new ideas when it comes to your reputation and all of that shit. You feel me? And people telling you about yourself and you start to understand like, damn, that's how people see me. Okay, maybe I could build on top of that. All right. Or this is how people see me in the workplace. I'm not appreciated here. Oh, all right. Feel me? This is the direction I'm going to take here. So a lot of things getting re-navigated when it comes to how you want to present yourself to the world and certain career decisions you need to make, period. All right. Water houses. If you had Mercury retrograde transiting during the water houses, all of y'all done realize what people, places, and things get on y'all last motherfucking nerve, disturb y'all motherfucking mental health, your emotional well-being, what people clutter your emotional space. You cannot see a motherfucker for a whole month. Motherfucker still be on top, make you feel clustered and shit within your emotions. How people be doing that shit? The shit is mind-boggling, but that just shows you everything is energy. Motherfucker don't even have to be in your space to get on your nerves. Like, I ain't see this motherfucker in months. I ain't seen the motherfucker whole month. It's still making me got this type of nasty energy, this heavy energy. I still got a burden with this individual in some type of shape or form. Or a lot of y'all was placed in situations where you had to learn how to release past experiences that you're still holding on to. We bury a lot in these water houses, 4th house, 8th house, 12th house. These houses have a lot to do with our insecurities, with things that's hidden about us, with our psychological issues, with our traumas, with our wounds, all of them, all the water houses, 4th, 8th, not just the 8th and the 12th. We develop traumas and wounds from our family environment. We develop traumas and wounds in the 8th house from transformative situations in our life that impacted us, and we didn't acknowledge how we need to transmute that energy or heal. We experience all types of traumas and wounds in our 12th house when it comes to the ups and downs and experiences and transformations we go through with our belief system. How that may play a part with some of our environments in our family, with certain insecurities that we have when it comes to our dreams, our imaginations, and our creative aspects. We have a lot of insecurities in that house. A lot of us, deep down, a lot of us have things within ourselves that we know should be blossoming, and we could be hard on ourselves about how we're not utilizing these things. We're just human. We're spirits in these human bodies trying to get this shit the fuck together. All right. So we bury a lot in all those houses. So if you had Mercury retrograde transit in them houses, it was a time for you to understand how to heal. It was a time for you to understand what people, places, and things are adding on to these burdens here, or are, you know, keeping certain insecurities alive in your life. Fourth house may have came through. It may have been understood through situations in the home and with your family, with people you live with. Eighth house, it may have been situations dealing with, you know, certain possessions that you, joint possessions that you have, joint finances that you have, past traumatic experiences. You're starting to realize how to, you know, raise that up a little bit, not keep it so heavy, you know. And in the 12th house, understanding how to, you know, seeing the details to things with your creative pursuits, you know, understanding things about your past experiences and your belief systems and whatnot. So these are the things you was realizing here. And then fire houses. If you had Mercury retrograde transiting the fire houses, you was noticing a lot of things about your expression. You was noticing a lot of things about your expression. All right. Creative, artistically. Maybe you teach, you know, maybe you have a type of career where you have to express yourself a lot. Maybe you're building something, or you're working on a creative project in your life where you have to work on it. You have to embrace expressing yourself and whatnot. You know how much advice I give out every week to people who want to teach this and teach that and pick my mind as to how they should embrace being on the camera, embrace how to teach, you know. So that's a process in its own. It's a process in its own. And if you're one of those people, the best advice is to just start, because what you do today ain't going to be the way you are demonstrate yourself to the world, or you work on the camera or express yourself ain't going to be the same a year from now. So you have to give yourself the chance to experiment and evolve. All right. Instead of overthinking stage one. You can't be overthinking stage one. Stage one is the impulsive state. Stage one is when you jump into it and you just do. You get your feet wet. AKA Aries, first house, the I am. The first house shows us we here. We have consciousness. I ain't finna overthink this shit. I'm finna experience. I just, all I know is I am. That's all I got to know. That's all I got to know. You feel me? Then when we get into the second house, we could start thinking about that other shit. We could start thinking about, you know, how we gonna plant the seeds, how we gonna value shit. But the first house knows they finna be active, period, because they have the awareness. All right. So when it comes to things, creative projects and whatnot, y'all cannot be overthinking the first step. You know, I remember one time I was dealing with this chick. She a Virgo too. Yeah, y'all know how y'all are Virgos trying to perfect shit. She was trying to drop a motherfucking lash, an eyelash brand or whatnot. She trying to get her products together. And she was putting so many things on hold because she kept feeling like the cases didn't look right and the marketing. I was like, yo, you didn't even do nothing to get results back yet. And you're fixing things that you ain't even showed to the public yet. Drop that shit already. Drop that shit already. God damn. All this extra planning shit and you ain't even start. Just start. Just get your feet wet. Just jump into it. Experience. Because you're going to have a lot to learn on the journey. It ain't no planning that you could do to have your stage one take you all the way to stage 100 overnight. I don't give a fuck how much you plan. Anything you want to build in life, any aspiration you have, you are telling universe, I'm ready to start a new journey. And journeys last over time. All right. So that's what we got going on with if you had Saturn retrograde transit in the fire houses. In the first house, it may have been with your Gemini risings. It may have been with your personal expression, your self-identity. You know, you may have noticed things. You might have changed shit with your appearance, your hair, whatever. You may have got a new tattoo, something, or realized things about your appearance. Fifth house. This house may have had, this was my transit. So there was a lot of things I was noticing about how I could tweak ideas and things dealing with how I creatively express myself, how I can make some more creative TikToks with astrology, how I could organize my YouTube better, how I could organize my Patreon, how I could do my live streams. These are all the things that was going through my mind while motherfucking Mercury retrograde was transiting my 5th house. Trying to tweak all of these things, all right? And understanding that I need to fucking embrace having some motherfucking fun a little bit more. So it wasn't no coincidence. Motherfuckers was just popping out the woodworks, inviting me here, inviting me there, this, that, and the third. Got a whole lot to do with the sun in my 5th house transiting there too. But anyways, and then the 9th house. When it comes to your education credentials, when it comes to things that you have knowledge and wisdom about already, you may have manifested a lot of situations for you to understand you haven't been making the most or maximizing your wisdom and experience in something and how to utilize it with more clarity. So now that Mercury is back direct, that Gemini house is going to have a whole new sense of clarity. We already know delays are going to be lifted up in a certain aspect because Saturn finna come in. That's what we about to go right into. All right. But with Mercury being back direct and shit, you got to understand now we finna be tested. With all these things we were just experiencing during the retrograde, now we finna be tested. All right. So if you learn true colors, if things were revealed to you from your relationships and you've seen the true colors of people, now you should not be going into situations with other people, other business partners, other associates, hella gullible, hella vulnerable, and not being assertive with certain individuals in different ways. Some motherfuckers can't play you. And then you could just take them examples into all the other houses I just broke down, whether it's a fire house, water house, or earth house. All right. You got that shit transiting in your earth house. You can't be sitting on your idea now when it comes to what you want to do for career and stability, and that promotion you were seeking, whatnot, and still waiting to go seek that, if you feel like it's deserving. Like you can't be, you gotta go now. You gotta press go. You gotta push. All right. Start that shit. Water houses, you can't be so lackadaisical knowing this individual, this environment got your mental health and your emotional well-being in a frenzy, but you're being too passive and keeping that shit in your life because probably you care about this shit, or probably you're feeling for their emotions or for others outside of yourself, but inside you're going through turmoil and you continue to allow this situation, this energy, this party to stay in your space, knowing it's an emotional burden or mental burden. The retrograde period can't continue to show you what's up, that this is the reason why you was feeling the way you feeling, that this motherfucker a narcissist, that this motherfucker it doesn't put no effort into the relationship, that your parents think this about you. These are the true colors of what your parents think about you, whether you love them or not. You got to adjust to that. All right. So all of these type of situations, get deep in the water houses because a lot of different things can affect our emotions. Now, and then the fire house, you cannot have Mercury retrograde transit your fire houses, and this whole time your mind was hella stimulated with things that you could fix from your creative efforts that you did in the past, new revelations of how you could do things creatively, express yourself, new ideas of expressing yourself or whatnot. And now Mercury's back direct and you still sitting on all them ideas. You still watching that potential, still excited on that potential. Man, we got to put some energy into that shit. You got Mercury retrograde, Gemini, and a firehouse. So that's that. Now, before I get into Saturn retrograde, I want to mention one thing. The sun passed the fixed star Aldebaran this week. All right. So Aldebaran is one of the 4 royal stars. And when we look at that energy in the Gemini constellation, it has a lot to do. Aldebaran has a real Mars-like temperament. It deals with conquering, war, revolution type of energy. So this is why you'll have people with strong Gemini placements if they got planets resonating around that influence. And Gemini got some strong ass influences in that constellation. With Hades, Aldebaran, there's some strong ass shit going on in that Gemini constellation. So keep playing with Geminis if y'all want. Them motherfuckers is powerful. And most of them a lot of them don't really know how powerful they really are, But when you got motherfucking when the sun was passing Aldebaran, and then having that strong Mars temperament, right? And that revolutionary conquer type temperament, almost a let's go to war type of energy. All right. You know, this is why. And then we also have Mars and Aries. Guys, I'm gonna just hover over this. I ain't gonna spend too much time on this. All right. But don't be getting too caught up in all these motherfucking mass shootings, all this shit you finna be seeing about death and murders and motherfuckers dying and shooting here and shooting there, and motherfuckers potentially going to war with this motherfucker, going to war here. That's finna be blasted all throughout while Mars is in Aries. The people, the powers that be, they work spiritually. So we could never fight the things in the matrix from a physical perspective. It always has to be spiritually and mentally. So you guys have to filter your timelines. Be careful how much you're getting consumed by the news. I can watch the news and not be emotionally consumed by it because I have a spiritual filter on shit. So I know how to look at shit with my ninth eye. Like, wow, look what they doing. Look what they promoting now. Look what they saying about coronavirus now. Look what they're saying about Ukraine now. Look what they're saying about monkeypox now. Look what they're saying about school shootings now. Look at what they're saying about mass shootings now. I've got the spiritual blinders on, you know, and y'all need to throw y'all spiritual blinders on. Because we're in a time right now, once again, we coming off a new moon phase, Mercury direct. We're in a beautiful time to manifest, and they're trying to block that. They're trying to have y'all put energy into their perspectives of things, into their programs, so we could feed their matrix. And y'all gotta build your own world right now. Y'all gotta protect your own world right now. You know, we be moving through life wondering why we got certain emotions and thoughts about certain things, not realizing what we just been paying attention to for the past 3 days. Look what you just been paying attention to the past 3 days on YouTube, on Instagram, and you wondering why you feel like this. That's all you've been watching. That's all you've been feeding your mind. When's the last time you read something? When the last time you stimulated your mind with something that helped you to be more consciously aware? You know, when did you detach yourself for certain things so you could connect more to source? Because if you wasn't so attached to this, that, and the third, if you wasn't so plugged into shit, if you wasn't spending 9 hours a day on Instagram, then maybe you wouldn't have these feelings and emotions that you don't really know how to pinpoint where they came from. Because I know when I'm feeling negative, I know where that shit came from. I ain't attached to that many things to not be able to know why I feel negative about this, that, and the third. You know, so that is very important right now. Mars energy got a whole lot to do with motherfucking murder and killing and war and violence. And they will throw the super negative charge of that shit in our face right now. And that's why that shit intensified this week. Sun was moving through Aldebaran. I think I saw multiple headlines with mass shootings this week. I'm like, wow, they going crazy this week. These are GMO situations, y'all. They're making everything GMO. Ladies, they trying to turn y'all into GMO women. They trying to turn y'all into GMO women, ladies. Y'all know I'm gonna keep it real. Y'all know I'm gonna keep it real. So I don't really give a fuck about none of that men talking about women shit. And if that shit real, that shit real. Ladies, the world's trying to turn y'all GMO right now. So the closer y'all can get to being as natural as possible, loving all the things that God gifted all of y'all beautiful asses with in the world, learning to build true self-worth and self-value, that is your power right now. And you have to understand that is a power right now for you to be able to value these things, because we live in a world where it's easy to be subconsciously programmed to think you need this, that to enhance your physical appearance, to attract this, that, and the third. You don't never need none of that shit. You're going to continue to attract things you really don't want. You think you want to attract that, but you really don't. All right? So I need y'all to understand that. You know, I know there's vulnerability with wearing your natural hair. I know there's vulnerability with wearing your natural face. You know, there's vulnerability with all of that. But the right man will love your ass and appreciate the fuck out your ass for a lot of that shit. All right? Now, I'm not an extremist. I'm not saying never to, do this, that, and the third, but are we aware? Are we aware of how plugged in we are to certain programs? That's what it is. All right. They trying to turn all of us into GMO humans, just in different ways. So the things that they'll project to y'all ladies, y'all got to pay attention to the celebrities that y'all fucking, oh my God, y'all got to pay attention to the celebrities y'all be reposting and worshiping, y'all. Yo, listen, these celebrities are sheeps, y'all. These 98.5% of celebrities are high paid slaves. There's no coincidence why some of the most conscious or aware, quote unquote, aware celebrities, they duck off a lot. Or when they were close to hitting a certain stage of their career, they said, you know what, I'm good. I ain't trying to go that high because I know what comes with that shit. Y'all got to be careful. Y'all got to be careful. The other day, I was just on the Explore page on Instagram. I seen one post with Megan Thee Stallion, and I had screenshot and sent it to my mans. I seen one post with Megan Thee Stallion, and right next to it was a Lauryn Hill post. I said, Lord have mercy, we've come a long way. Lord have mercy. Y'all think Lauryn Hill couldn't keep putting out platinum albums? Y'all think she had to stop at the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill? Y'all think she couldn't keep going? Keep breaking all type of records? I'm pretty sure there's some things that only her intimate circle know why. She probably said, you know what? I'm good right here. Or let me go do my thing. Let me go experience life. Let me not get caught up with that shit. I posted some shit about ODB, Old Dirty Bastard, in my story today on Instagram for a reason, because he's definitely one of the celebrities that was sacrificed, and they wiped his physical existence off the earth because he was way too radical and raw, and they can't have that. They can't have that. So if you finna be a celebrity, if you finna represent hip hop or be a big super athlete or something, you finna move the way we need you to move. If you got all this influence. So the genuine energy from a lot of these motherfuckers, it just ain't it. It just ain't it. And I know what female celebrities are being put. We all know what female entertainers and celebrities are being pushed right now to influence y'all and program y'all asses. You know? And with the men, they turn us into GMO too. They using the women to turn us to GMO. So it's a huge division right now. It's a lot of men right now. They losing themselves with their lust. This the lowest testosterone ever been in the world. I have a sexual potent drink coming out. All right. But it's not just, it's really to restore vitality and a gateway to help men understand how to protect their vitality instead of just giving it away and just having no control over their sexual desires and their lust. Right now, men don't have no control of that shit. And the programs, is hard for a man to even start to learn how to control that shit, because as soon as you open Instagram, that's it. It's lit. It's all up on his shit. It's all up on it. It's all up on your shit. So the programs right now are heavy. We are in a the world, the collective is we are in a energy wise, we are evolving like shit right now from a conscious perspective. Teenagers is posting conscious shit on TikTok. That shit is a kid's app. And there's teenagers, motherfuckers 16, 17 posting conscious shit. You think that's not alarming to the powers that be? Like, damn, all these fucking programs, they got motherfuckers junior and high school sharing conscious shit. Motherfuckers in high school talking about knowing they rising sign and shit. God damn it. Throw some more motherfucking DaBaby songs out there, please. Get Megan Thee Stallion to drop a new single. God damn it. These motherfuckers know they rising signs and they only freshmen. We losing power, man. We losing power. So We in some times right now, family. We in some times. All right. Y'all gotta stay on point. Y'all gotta stay on point. So that's what's going on. Yes. And this could be a beautiful time if we utilize these energies the right way, if we have the right spiritual approach, spiritual and mental approach to everything going on right now. All right. So let's move into Saturn. All right. Let's move into Saturn. Okay. We just made an hour on the dot. All right. Saturn is going retrograde today, y'all. I don't know what time. Let me check real quick. It looked like Saturn going retrograde towards the evening. Okay, yeah, Saturn's going that retrograde like around 6 p.m. So first, before we talk about Saturn retrograde, let's talk about what does Saturn represent? What does Saturn truly represent? All right, you know, Saturn has damn near leads the solar system. Damn near, you know. In many ways, it's more of a stronger influence dealing with Saturn than the sun here. All right. And the funny thing about it is the sun actually can blind us from Saturn a lot of the times. You know, remember the sun and the Saturn, they ain't really like, they're like, y'all watch the movie Meet the Parents, Meet the Fockers. The sun is Ben Stiller and Saturn is motherfucking Robert De Niro. That's their relationship. It's like that. It's like that grudgy father in-law type of father-in-law type of relationship. All right. So we got the sun that's all about expression, being seen, attention. It could develop into ego. And then we got Saturn that's about stability. It don't reflect light. It's cold. It got a cold temperament. All right. It's about structure, refinement, restriction, discipline. All right. So when we look at and okay, I just seen a quantum card say, wow, news to me, my Saturn and Sun are both in the third house. All right. Now, shit, with an alignment like that, when you got Sun and the Saturn together, all right, whether they're conjunct or in the same house, you're gonna be on two spectrums of being very practical, organized, structured, with your vision, with your form of expression, create a lot of great business ideas, bring a lot of structure to individuals with the way you perceive things. You know, people can bring things to you and you'll be, most of the time, you know how to help somebody structure some shit, even if you're not involved in the project, having that type of alignment, you know. And then on the other end, because Saturn and the Sun don't really get along, Saturn can restrict the Sun a lot of the time. So when it comes to your true expression, when it comes to things about your self-identity, you may restrict yourself. You may restrict and limit your own self-expression at times. You may feel like you expressing something doesn't, quote unquote, make sense when it ain't about it making sense. Sometimes it's about you experiencing or learning how to express yourself, period. You know, sometimes when it comes into expression, Saturn might make you think you don't got the resources to do something with expression, or make you overthink how you gonna express yourself in some type of shape or form. Because Saturn be too serious at times when the Sun just wants to live and express. So the Sun don't fuck with that Saturn shit. It's like, oh man, Saturn coming around, the spirit killer coming around, the serious ass motherfucker coming around, the party pooper coming around. Then when Saturn see the Sun coming around, it's like, the motherfucker that just want to be seen coming around. The motherfucker that just take action and just express itself with no real tact behind it coming around. The motherfucker that don't know how to make money from their talents and their creativity, they just care about their likes and notifications coming around. I can't stand these motherfuckers. So that's their beef. That's their beef. Okay? So if you got that type of alignment, you need to understand that about yourself. You need to be able to look in the mirror like, I'm restricting myself right now. I'm restricted. I know I want to build this project, or I know I want to start this YouTube, or put my music out, or start this, doing that. This, aka this thing that deals with expression. Saturn got me overthinking, like I don't got the resources for this, that, and the third. If there's a will, there's a way. Let's make it happen. Stop bitching, Saturn. Because everything deals with time with Saturn. Saturn rules time. So anything that Saturn is making contact with in the chart, you're not ever going to get a chance to rush that. You know, and every time you try to rush that energy, something's going to tell you, see, this is why we don't rush. This is why we got to plan. This is why we need order. We need order and structure here. Anything squaring or opposing your Saturn is karmically showing you that this is an experience for you to learn to take your time with that energy. Saturn square opposition of Venus. You stop the past lifetime experiences. You was head over heels every time you dealt with love or you liked something, and you had no order. You had no structure, no sense of control. We got to work on that in this lifetime. So this is why every time you find a crush, somebody you really like, it's like, damn, I got to put in so much time to connect with this person. They work a lot. I work a lot. We got to put in time and energy to try to connect and meet. And then when we connect and meet, because we got to put in so much time to spend time with each other, we cherish that shit so much more. So Saturn will do that with them type of alignments, you know, make you have to work for things with Saturn. Okay. So, and look, I got Saturn in the first house. Saturn rules my chart. I'm a Capricorn Rising. I got Saturn Aquarius in my first house. So I understand looking at things you want to do in your personal life. And it's like, I don't got the resources for that right now. Oh, can I really do that right now? That don't make sense. Too much of that will you know, kill a lot of shit that we can be given life to, that we do have the potential to give life to. You know, the sun is a representation of life, of consciousness, you know, of awareness, of energy, vitality. If you see a depressed Leo, not a Leo that ain't energetic, get them some therapy, please. Or find out who's draining their energy. They might be, or find out if they because Leos don't be having no control of their motherfucking sexual energy neither. So find out who they fucking and see if that motherfucker is the one draining their energy. Because they supposed to be examples of vitality, energy. All right. Saturn squaring your Jupiter. You don't know how to have a practical view on the things you don't experience or learn. You know, you got so much knowledge about certain things in your life, and you don't know how to use that in the physical reality. You always teaching somebody about some shit that you could be building a brand or a business with. You know, Saturn's like, we need to learn to use that knowledge and wisdom for something this lifetime, to build something this lifetime, you know, and you need to learn how to restrict certain adventures. Jupiter deals with experiences, adventures, expansion. It has a very strong spontaneous energy. So the house that you have Jupiter in, you're going to be experiencing a lot of spontaneous shit there, a lot of adventurous shit there a lot of the times. You're going to learn a lot of shit there a lot of times. A lot of your experiences in life is going to be in that house a lot of the time. You know, you're going to be taught there a lot of the time. You know, and you're going to learn things over a course of time there, because Jupiter works with time too. It's the biggest planet in the solar system. So ain't nothing quick with Jupiter neither. But that shows Saturn squaring Jupiter. That shows that in the previous life, you was probably way too impulsive, way too adventurous, to the point you done lived your life. You lived your life possibly really reckless, or you were so spiritual, but you was one of them spiritual guru motherfuckers that said fuck reality. So you had no balance. You did not know how to balance your form of spirituality with the physical reality. So you was all spiritual and shit, not understanding how to use that shit to build stability, though. You feel me? You was a homeless ass spiritual motherfucker. Your family was talking about you like, yeah, they ass done went crazy. Yeah, they you could just find them somewhere in Times Square or something, around 34th Street. That's where they usually be at. Well, I got my grandma voice on. Yeah, that boy started watching Dr. York videos, and You know, I heard him in the room listening to Dr. York and Phil Valentine and those what they call it, astrologers, astrologers. Okay, all right, yeah, I was just listening to that stuff about the sun, moon, and the stars, and that boy said, you know what, Grandma, I don't need my job. Okay, I just had a little internet shortage. So yeah, Grandma, that was you in your previous life. You got Saturn square and opposing Jupiter. Spirituality and your belief system led you to a life of no stability. You over there trying to do readings, hungry as hell. Stomach is rumbling, but you over there. All right, this is the Empress card. Okay, let's see what card next. Okay, it's the World and the King of Swords. You think you could throw an extra donation this reading? So motherfuckers be all spiritual, but it's like, all right, how you use that shit to be stable in any type of way? You telling me you can't call on your ancestors and none of that shit? You don't know what transit you're gonna get some money. You don't know what transit you're gonna get hired and shit. So that's what the fuck be going on. That's that example. So y'all need to know these energies in the chart. Y'all need to know these energies in the chart, the squares in opposition to Saturn. All right. Now, when we look at Saturn rules time, right? So this is why I'm saying, if you work with Saturn, it ain't nothing it's nothing you're not finna manifest. I'm gonna say that again. I'm gonna say that shit. If you learn how to work with Saturn, you will become a master builder, and it won't be nothing that you won't be able to manifest. There's really no limit on what any of us can manifest. But when you got Saturn in your pocket, when you don't bitch at Saturn, when you don't play victim with Saturn, when you value the principles of Saturn, not worship, value, when you appreciate having Saturn-like characteristics in your life, the shit you want to manifest and attract falls on your lap. AKA, when you learn to put time into shit. When you learn to put time into shit and not expect results overnight, and you learn to set an intention with something and understand you finna go through an experience and chapters of learning something. Once the world knows that you're willing to devote your time to something, it's like, okay, all right, because the shit wasn't coming overnight anyway. So if you really want it, you gonna sacrifice one of the precious gifts that you have here to use, which is your time. Which motherfucking time is precious. We know we can't get that shit back. Now it's really an illusion, but hey, we're not flying in the astral realm right now. Well, in many ways we are. We are as above, so below. We here, but we in bodies. We gotta utilize time down here. So a motherfucker that don't have no awareness of time is gonna struggle down here. It's gonna struggle in this realm. Anybody that thinks they have an aspiration or a goal that ain't gonna take time, you gonna struggle and add so much unnecessary frustration in your journey. Just because you're not embracing that things happen over time. If you don't know how to get out of a negative situation and understand it's going to take time to heal, more unnecessary frustration here. Time, y'all. Got to know how to manage your time. Now, other traits that we need you'll develop yourself into a master builder and be able to manifest at high levels is being disciplined. Discipline. A lot of people that get to where they at, whether they built a certain business from scratch, whether they broke generational curses from their family lineage or whatnot, a lot of them, at times, it's easy to have, I don't want to say a stuck up or entitled type of energy, but I had to put myself in this position type of energy. I don't have remorse for this, that, and the third, you know, because I had to make sacrifices. I had to put my time into this, and I had to be disciplined. This is why some people, whether they're business owners, people that are rich, manifested some form of stability, created some shit from scratch, may be cutthroat when they express how they got there. Because they look at the rest of the world, most of these people look at the rest of the world like the rest of the world don't want to be disciplined. I had to discipline myself to get here. I had to make sacrifices myself to get here. And when you start exercising more discipline in your life, aka you knowing what to restrict, you know what to limit, you know what to put boundaries on, you know how to have control over things that ain't got shit to do with being productive in your life. This is real personal development here. This type of development leads to all type of attraction to all type of things that are positive for you. All right. So, you know, the more we embrace these characteristics of Saturn, the more we work with Saturn, and Saturn don't have to fuck us up. Don't have to go upside our heads. I know Saturn got hands. Y'all know Saturn got hands. I don't know why. Listen, if you can't beat them, join them. Y'all be trying to fight them, motherfucker. Get your ass whooped every time. Saturn strong as shit. Saturn will Tommy Hitman Hearns yo Martin Lawrence ass real quick. Now you calling up on Venus, or Neptune, aka Gina and shit, to rub your motherfucking bumped up ass, bruised up ass fucking 5 head down, because Saturn done whipped your ass. All right, so you need to learn how to work with Saturn. You need to learn how to work with Saturn. And now that we understand that, you need to understand that what's the area of the chart Saturn is in. This is very significant. This is very significant because the reason why the house Saturn is in is very significant because y'all be in y'all lives thinking, damn, why I gotta work so hard for this? Why I be feeling a disconnect every time I be trying to connect to this? Why there's always a restriction when I try to do this? I see other people trying to do that shit, but when I try to do it, this much restriction. You need to understand your Saturn placement. You might be trying to do things in that house that take time and shit, and you know you're not applying that mindset, you know, or there may be certain because Saturn will block things until you get things right from a disciplined perspective. So you'll think you run around in circles working on some shit. And the whole time, you ain't learned how to restrict or limit this. And Saturn is like, man, until you learn how to limit this negative habit, this negative environment, this negative person in your life, these negative form of relationships you have, these negative attachments, until you learn how to limit this shit, we ain't going to level 2 and level 3 with that shit you working on over there. I won't allow it. I won't allow it. I won't allow it. All right? So that's a huge. I'm getting there. Bora, can you please talk about Saturn being retrograde in nature? I'm getting there. I'm getting there. So off rip, the house you have it in, you know, a lot of how you structure your reality is going to deal with this house. You have to know this house deals with time. You have to understand you incarnated here to build this house, to work on this house where you have Saturn at. And you're constantly going to experience restrictions no matter what level you graduate in this house. There's never no level. With spirituality, we use the word masters, this and the third, but a lot of time, there's really no sense of mastery. It's always a new level for your experience. So there's suns and planets and solar systems and galaxies on the on this third dimension. Then we got the fourth dimension and fifth dimension. There's a bunch of planets we can't see. We can't see Lilith here. We can't see Lilith here. That's why we call it dark Lilith. But we know it exists, And Lilith has somewhat of a pull on the moon here, but we can't really see Lilith with a telescope or nothing. It's not really of this dimension, but it's affecting us here. So imagine the sun here and the moon here are baby moons, baby suns, in comparison to what we don't have an awareness of. There's certain colors and spectrums we can't see here. These colors are limited here. What you see in here is limit. We're in a very limited space, but this is the space we're in, you know. This is the space we're in. So obviously you think this is, a lot of us think this is the end all and be all. Hell no. Hell to the no. That's true. I got parents want to talk in first house once and then talk. It made me jump into my spiritual bag heavy. Now it's changing how I look. There we go. There we go. There we go. You got Saturn in that 12th house. You know you finna work on some spirituality this lifetime. You finna work on your relationship with Source this lifetime. You finna work on that. You finna work on your belief system this lifetime. All right. Saturn in the 4th house is gonna be some restriction. It may be some. If you got Saturn in the 4th house, there's gonna be potential restrictions within the home environment with your parents. You may not have a connection with one of your parents, and that starts to develop something. Because if you don't have a healthy connection with one of your parents, right, what is that going to develop? A whole wound, a whole trauma that you may take into your relationships. Now you have resentment at this parent as you get older and shit. Now, what is that essentially doing? That's fucking your shit up emotionally. Whole time, that's you carrying that. You carrying that. So it's one thing holding the resentment with our parents, is another thing acknowledging who our parents or family members are, knowing that we have to adjust our relationship or communication or certain things with them. I come from an extremely strong Christian family. I told y'all, when I visit Africa, they praying at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. I'm like, all right, I'm sleeping upstairs. Because y'all wilding. Y'all wilding. I don't be saying nothing when y'all be talking to Jesus, but it's 4 a.m. All right? It's 4 a.m., y'all. Y'all know y'all tired as hell. Look at grandma falling asleep while y'all praying. Look at grandma. Look at grandma over there. Y'all up praying at 4 a.m. Grandma half asleep. Y'all trying to force grandma to stay up at 4 a.m. to talk to the Lord. The Lord trying to tell y'all to let grandma get some goddamn sleep. Because y'all gonna make her meet the maker sooner than she's supposed to right now. Let her get her goddamn rest. Jesus don't want to talk to grandma right now. God damn. We do some crazy things for Jesus. My grandma in the corner like, come on, y'all. So you think so? What my nature, y'all see now? This ain't no. I didn't go through no spiritual awakening this lifetime. Like, I'm sorry, like that. I came into this lifetime with this shit. I didn't have a spiritual awakening in this lifetime. I didn't have like that period that I just became. That's been my life. This been my outlook. This been my life. I've been the demon child in my family. Like, I've been the little spiritual demon nigga in my family. I've been that. I didn't have the huge Jesus arguments with my mom in 5th, 6th grade. That's old. So how I look being in my fucking Saturn return, holding some resentment towards my mom for being a Jesus head, going back to Africa, trying to convince everybody like I'm Dr. Umar, Jesus head. Y'all go do what y'all gonna do. We all still gonna come together, have dinner. We all still gonna come together, party, love each other. But I'm spiritually aware to know that, okay, all right, my blood family in this lifetime, they move this way. All right. I've learned from my early experiences. I ain't finna hold all of that and build all of this motherfucking resentment and anger and frustration in my 4th house. I ain't doing all of that. You got to release that. You got to acknowledge shit and adapt. Just like a lot of us have to do with our relationships when it comes into dealing with spirituality. You ain't finna be into spirituality and date somebody that's this, that, and the third. Right? Right. So, you know, you ain't finna have a whole altar room in your crib and be hiding that shit from somebody you dating. Every time they come to your crib, they're like, yo, what's in that room? You're like, oh, none. I gotta do some construction work in that room. He's like, oh, word? Wait, matter of fact, I could use that room for something. Let me see what's on. No. This is just I'll show you. Let's go ahead and head to. We're gonna be late. Let's hurry up. Head to this reservation. Every time motherfucker come over, you hide in your altar room. So we know how our relationships go through transformations based off what our belief system, and that's Saturn in the 4th house. You're gonna have that form of restriction and limitation with some type of connection being made in the home. Because remember, this is not Saturn's opposite here. Saturn's home in the 10th house. Now you got in the 4th house. It's like, what the fuck am I used to build here? I'm supposed to be in the 10th house, building career, structuring career, my reputation, my brands, and my business, putting time into building my motherfucking brand and businesses and my reputation and my my social status in the world. What the fuck am I supposed to be doing? What? Because remember, Saturn got to use the I use. So when it's in the 4th house, it's like, which one of these funky motherfuckers? What am I supposed to do with emotions and feelings here? How do I use privacy to build? That's how you building your emotional well-being here. You're learning how to acknowledge the things in the home environment, within your family environment, the first things you've allowed into your 4th house, understand how they affect you. And now your life is an ongoing situation of understanding how to work, build, and structure your emotional well-being, how to put proper boundaries on your emotional well-being. You may have been too fucking open in this house in a previous lifetime. Too open in the 4th house. You let any motherfucker come into your home. You connect your emotions with anybody. You have no discernment with who you intimately connect with. So people could take advantage of your emotions. Saturn in the 4th house. Now this is why your ass a little cold this lifetime, huh? Way more cold in this lifetime, Saturn. Who was it that said I Saturn in the 4th? Was that Lok Yogi? Who was it? Crown Mesh. Right. I know your ass been told you're cold-hearted before. I know you heard. I know you have. Now you might have other placements that negate it and whatnot, but I know you've been told that shit Saturn in the 4th house. Like, oh, so you don't care. You hear that shit all the time. Saturn in the 4th house, Saturn, Capricorn moon, Aquarius moon in the 10th house. That's not unfamiliar hearing that shit. Oh, so you just don't care. So you ain't got nothing to say about the situation. So all you care about is what you're doing over there. All you care about your funky ass job. I called you to pick up your kids after school. You talking about you working the overtime shift. That's all the fuck you care about, huh? That's Saturn in the 4th. So yeah, you got to make sure your heart don't come. That's where Saturn. That's why Saturn start tripping in this house. This is what happens here with Saturn being in the place they don't like to be. There's always a positive and negative to every placement, but that's the negative, the extreme of the negative here. Somebody not acknowledging what impacted their emotions through the family environment, through the connection with the mother, possibly the connection with the father. It could be issues with both of their asses here. Most of the time, Saturn in the 4th house, you might not even be raised by both parents in the household. You're probably raised by one parent. You probably was raised from parent to parent. They was divorced. You went back. They were separated, and you went back and forth. You lived with your pops these many months in the year or just in the summertime. And then when you went to school, you was with your mom. Your grandmother raised you. Saturn, it makes you have to, and then you start having to manifest being the person that has to keep the home stable. So the karma, if you think, we talk about karma, we talk about past life energies, you better look at the house Saturn is in. You better look at talking about karma. You talking about karma. Oh yeah, the family karma is real with Saturn in there, but karma is real every fucking house we got Saturn in, because that's Saturn, because that's fucking Saturn. It takes 30 years for Saturn to come back to where it's at in your chart. So if you think you about to not do shit with time, if you think you about to not build with time, heal with time, structure with time, acknowledge things over time, man, Saturn gonna put you through some shit. Now, if Saturn, look, so that's enough about Saturn. We understand more, so that's more clarity with Saturn understanding the aspects of Saturn to your chart. I know I said if you got Saturn opposing or squaring something, this is something you need to learn to work on and place time into your relationships. My parents were in the military, so I used to stay with my grandma. There you go. There you go. You know, there you go. A lot of y'all Saturn in the fourth house, y'all got to end up being a parent to y'all siblings. A lot of times you take your sibling pretty much looks at you like you their mom or you're their father, you know. My mother came from a polygamous family. So my grandfather was polygamous. He had, I forgot how many wives he had, but my mom got 16 siblings. So she had to raise some of her younger sisters as her own, you know. So shit like that, if you got Saturn in the fourth house and shit, you know, your younger siblings might have been born way late or may have been born from your mother from a late age. And your mother may not have the capability to raise them like that as she gets older and they get older, and you start to have to develop all the responsibility taking care for your siblings at a young age, you know. So you holding the fort down for your parents a lot. So y'all may manifest that. So guys, it get deep when we talk about what we got to work on with Saturn and how the karma comes with Saturn, aka, and it's gonna deal with our reality. So these are not things we can neglect. It's always gonna be heavy on us. So Saturn in the fourth house, as for example, you couldn't really just neglect not taking care of your siblings. Who's gonna raise your little brother, little sister? Your mom is too old for that shit. Your father not here. You know, grandparents not around. You know, we can't just run from Saturn problems. They're not set up for us to do that. And you will probably end your time here quicker than you're supposed to, because people think that can't happen. People think that you can't end up wiping yourself off of existence in this plane quicker than you were supposed to leave this plane. It can happen based off certain energies and things that you get caught up with. We all have free will. We got contracts. We also, and in the same sense, just because you signed a contract to do this, that, and the third, doesn't mean your contract cannot be rewritten in the midst of this experience. You can evolve past, you can excel at a certain rate that spiritually the gods and goddesses that you were making contracts with coming down here we didn't expect this shit. So in the midst of your growth, your contract can be rewritten. So that comes from people that just become extremely devoted to their self-development, to their spiritual journey, to what really matters. They made such a great connection to source. They didn't get too consumed by the matrix. So that direction with source and the subconscious was so strong. They knew how to navigate things, and then it started excelling quicker than they were supposed to be. So it's both spectrums. You could die, you could transition out this motherfucker quicker than you're supposed to, depending on what you put in energy to, and you can experience shit way more glorious than you were supposed to experience in this lifetime. The choice is always ours. The choice is always ours. Now, so for some reason, when I'm on IG with YouTube and Instagram, I just be looking at the YouTube camera. I'll be missing a lot of IG comments. All right, y'all. So we always just got to keep our energy on what matters, y'all. On what matters. All right. So Saturn deals with heavy karma. All right. Now, Saturn goes retrograde about 4.5 months every year. Every 12.5 months, Saturn is going to go retrograde for 4.5 months. So it's very common for people to have Saturn retrograde in the chart. That's a pretty good portion of the year. All right. Now, any planet that's retrograde shows us that this planet has a little crutch. You came in this bitch limping with that motherfucker a little bit. Fuck, I dropped my pen out. Fuck it. I got another one here. Where the fuck is my pen? I want to make sure I write the timestamps down. All right, so Any planet that's retrograde is a planet that it got a crutch. It's a little disabled. All right, gotta understand that planet is disabled. So what does that mean? When you deal with that planet, you have to take extra time with it. You got to be extra cautious with it. Ain't no motherfucker with crutches just running up the stairs, right? Let a motherfucker with crutches try to rush up the stairs. The motherfucker might end up right back where they just came from, the motherfucking hospital. I'm trying to hop up that motherfucker with 1 foot real quick. You better hold the rail. If your ass just don't hold the rail and take your time, goddamn fire sign be on crutches. Motherfucker fire air sign be on crutches trying to run up the stairs. It's like, so you broke a leg and that shit don't mean nothing, huh? That shit don't even mean nothing, Aries, Sagittarius, Leo placements. You still on go, huh? You still on go. You just want to be in a wheelchair. That's what it is. That's what you're just telling the universe right now. You ain't learned from just running into the streets and not looking both ways and getting hit by a car. Now one leg broken. So you just trying to manifest another. All right. Okay. Y'all don't be learning, man. Y'all don't be learning. So if you have Saturn retrograde, we just broke down how karmic Saturn really is. So if you got it retrograde, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? I got Saturn retrograde. There's a strong emphasis on your ass making sure you build this house this lifetime. And not only is a strong emphasis, your karma come a little bit harder and quicker too. Your karma come a little, everybody gonna get their Saturn karma. You ain't running from it, like I said. I don't think retrograde means disabled for all of them, though. I think retrograde Saturn is like a super cautious person, not a person who doesn't understand control because they're disabled. I mean, that's just an analogy. You know, when a planet is retrograde, if you're disabled, you have to take your time doing certain things in many different ways. So it's just an analogy to break down how you have to have more of a cautious effort when you use that planet. You know, you have to be more aware of what you're doing when you use that planet. Don't read too deep into that, please. Don't read too, because you hear a word like disabled, now you just taking a negative connotation from it. You're just taking a negative connotation from it at that point. All right. So when you have a planet retrograde, you know, if you got Venus retrograde, if you're not cautious and have an extreme level of discernment with your relationships, you will manifest a lot of transformation and some extreme moments with love matters and attachments. Can you manifest the same thing with Venus not being retrograde? Yes. But when it's retrograde, this is a super emphasis. This is for you to understand that. All right. I got Saturn retrograde in my first house. So it's like with that, anything I do with how I personally conduct myself, my whole personal life is about order and structure. My whole life is about understanding time management, you know, how to structure things in my personal schedule, you know, how to take care of the physical vessel. You know, I don't have the same leeway somebody else has. You know, I got eczema, I got all type of shit. So it's like, you know, I can't just think I could put anything in my system. Yeah, you may have looked at somebody in your life like, yo, it don't matter what this motherfucker eat, consume, this, that, and the third. They could just stay in shape, or this motherfucker in my family ain't never got no health problems and shit. If you got Saturn in the first house, your mother, you go ahead and act like you ain't got no care for your physical vessel. See what you manifest in your body. Especially if that shit is retrograde. All right. So where do you see this in your chart? Y'all need to go on AstroTheme. Y'all need to go on astrotheme.com. Upload your chart there, and every planet that you see that has an R next to it is retrograde. All right. I'm not too familiar with every other site. You know, that's my shit, right? This is my site. I know, like some of y'all use Astro Dance or whatever the fuck is named, Astro Cafe, all of that shit. But if you're not seeing your chart in a pie graph, you're not seeing your chart in a pie form, and you're just seeing columns, you're not gonna know certain things. You're gonna, especially if you're new to astrology, you know. And I know looking at the pie form in your chart look like hieroglyphics. I get it. But at least you can look at it. And when I say look at your fifth house, you can see the fifth house number, and you could go. And when you start understanding how the constellations look, you're like, okay, I got two constellations here. But the column don't say I had Libra in this house. It said I had Libra in in the 7th house. It didn't say I got part of it in the 6th house. It won't say that. It's only going to say the houses that the signs start in. All right. So that's what y'all want to, that's how y'all want to figure that out. So if you got Saturn retrograde, that area of your life, not only do you have to be more cautious with what you're building and taking your time with there, right? Your shit is kind of sped up a little bit more, like, because you need to learn more here with your discipline. You need to learn here more. It's an extra sense of discipline for your ass in this area. So you're gonna experience extreme form of restriction at a young age and with a Saturn retrograde there, wherever it's at. Wherever it's at. So you can have a friend that got a Saturn in the same house you got that shit. And your shit retrograde and they should not retrograde. Y'all watch this live or y'all watch some videos about Saturn and shit, and y'all be looking at each other like we can experience the same shit. Like my shit a little bit more extreme than your shit though. What the fuck? You know, my restriction a little bit way more extreme than your shit. Shit like that. You feel me? So now what else does this say? If you have a planet retrograde, I interpreted the retrograde periods as a study period and the direct periods as, you know, when you're actually taking the test. So if you have a planet that's retrograde, you also have the ability to excel with that energy a little quicker than others because you have more of a, it's like if I'm being forced to go take the practice SAT, I'm being forced to take the shit. Not everybody in school, not that shit ain't mandatory. I don't believe it is. It probably is now. I don't know. Back in the day, that shit wasn't mandatory. Practice SAT and shit. Or if it is, let's say hypothetically speaking, it wasn't. And let's say you was for some reason you're forced to take that shit. You forced to be in this 3-month course before the SAT, for everybody in high school got to take SATs. You forced to fucking take the practice SAT. What does that show? Because I had to put more time into that shit because I had to limit more things in my schedule and in my life because I had to add this fucking shit into my schedule 3-4 days a week, 2 hours each motherfucking Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. How the fuck you gonna put SAT prep on Friday? The school system be fucked up doing lame shit like that. The only thing that should be going on after school hours on Friday is some shit dealing with athletics. The fuck wrong with y'all? SAT prep on a Friday. Motherfucker, these is kids. That's why motherfuckers be depressed at 18. You had them taking SAT prep on Friday. That's the fuck why. The fuck wrong with the Matrix? It's a crazy world we live in, y'all. I'm telling you, it's a crazy world. The little things they do to fuck with us. But if I'm forced to take SAT prep, there's a pretty good chance I'm gonna do better than your ass on the SATs. There's a pretty good chance when it comes to my Saturn return, I'm still gonna be running around like a chicken with my head cut off. But at least I'm gonna have a little bit more awareness and understanding about what's going on because the emphasis of this energy been a little bit stronger in my life overall. So yes, I said a retrograde is an energy with a crutch, is a disabled energy. But don't your senses, your other senses get heightened if you blind? If you blind, don't your hearing and your smell and your taste enhance? So you need to understand how your experiences and your wisdom are your tools as well. All right? You need to understand that. Some of y'all got Jupiter retrograde. I think I seen Yogi say she got Jupiter retrograde. This is why she all up into spirituality this lifetime. This is why she probably attracting a lot of students in her life in different ways, teaching people about things in her life different ways. Because the experience for her to learn certain things, depending on what sign her Jupiter and the house her Jupiter is in, she probably excelled in her adolescent stages because she had to experience so many things and learn so many things. And then repeat lessons probably came harder. So she probably started subconsciously realizing in her life, all right, I don't want to keep experiencing these repeat lessons. Let me make sure I really study and pass the test on the first time in this area of my life where Jupiter is at retrograde. You feel me? And now you in your adult stages of life, and motherfuckers is like, yo, damn, you got wisdom of a motherfucking damn, you wise as shit. You only 20 son, you only 30 son, you got wisdom of an elder. You like, man, listen, Jupiter's retrograde. I done had to learn some shit this lifetime, all right? My experience is set up a little different. I'm not surprised if you got Jupiter retrograde and somebody in a family, somebody in your family is a teacher. But like an aggressive teacher though. Like, all right, you come home and do that. You in 5th grade, they talking about you take an hour to finish all that matrix ass homework you got going on. And then after that, your ass watching these motherfucking MLK videos to understand what the fuck going on in this system. After that, you watching these motherfucking Marcus Garvey videos. You watching these House of Consciousness videos. You gonna understand who Bobby Hemmett is. You probably had them aggressive influences like that. Or you probably had aggressive spiritual influences that pushed you to develop your own belief system. You know, these energies play out in different ways. They play out in different ways. So this is how y'all need to look at retrogrades in the chart, period. Saturn retrograde. I don't want to take too much time because I want to dig into the Saturn influences real quick. That's how y'all need to look at Saturn influences and Saturn being retrograde in the chart. You know, you need to know in the past life if you got Saturn retrograde, whatever house it is, it's in, or whatever planets. You know, since y'all asking, I seen y'all throwing out Neptune retrograde, Uranus retrogrades. No matter what planet it is, just know you're gonna be manifesting a strong gravitational pull to stabilize that energy and gain awareness about that energy in this lifetime. If that shit is retrograde in the chart, you could go ahead. It ain't no question. You was lacking with that energy in the past lifetime. You was lacking with that energy in the past lifetime. You might have extremely neglected this shit, dealt with mad transformation in your life because you didn't acknowledge and embrace that energy. So this is why if you got Saturn retrograde, we're just gonna stick on Saturn retrograde for now. By the way, Neptune is going retrograde this month. On the 28th, to be specific. So yeah, we are going through some shifts in June, but those are really like the biggest things going on in the month of June, astrologically speaking. Besides everything else we know that's going to happen, Sun entering Cancer, a new moon in Cancer, full moon in Sag, right? We know we're going to have a full moon, new moon. Mercury gets back into Gemini. Sun, we do have Venus entering Gemini this month, all right? But the Saturn and Neptune going retrograde, yes, you need to understand these influences. And we're going to get to the Neptune when it's time to get to Neptune, but we got to understand these influences, because if we don't understand what a Saturn retrograde is before the summertime, if we don't understand what a Saturn retrograde mean before summertime, the summer solstice hit, shit, right now you need to understand what the fuck it is, because the weather great now, festivities, Gemini season and all that shit. And then Saturn goes retrograde every 4.5 years. And so for like a 3-year span, Saturn will go retrograde in the same sign. So we experienced a Saturn retrograde in Aquarius 2 weeks. It started, is like a 2-week span. So 2 weeks before where we at now in June, that's when Saturn retrograde started last year. So we dealt with a Saturn retrograde in Aquarius last year. Now, all last year I was saying before Saturn retrograde happened, I said, yo, I was saying a lot of the same shit I'm about to say now. I'm like, yo, guys, summer solstice is right around the corner. Don't neglect your responsibilities and priorities this with Saturn going retrograde right before the summer. Because we're gonna be some sad puppies when Libra season hit. We're gonna be some sad puppies in the fall season. We looking back at our crops. We looking back at how we blew through finances. We went way over our vacation budget. Now your ass working a different type of crazy in the fall. Now your Saturn going direct karma a little different. That test is different right now. Because during Saturn retrograde, you were supposed to be being way more disciplined. You're supposed to be embracing managing your time. You're supposed to be embracing separating pleasures from priorities. That shit ain't the easiest thing to do in the summertime. It ain't the easiest thing to do. Not in the midst of Leo season. And then on top of that, Saturn's in Aquarius. So this summer we gotta. That's why last summer it was like, I don't know about y'all, but it was real easy to have a strong work week or have this check looking nice, and your ass end up falling into a situation where you kind of fuck that money up mad quick. It's like, yo, how I just get paid on Friday and only got this much left on this Sunday? I gotta wait two more weeks for a check. I didn't just do that. I didn't just work all them overtime shifts to just bug out like that. Motherfucking Casamigos. I swear to God, I'm not drinking that shit no more. I do the dumbest shit when I drink that shit. I do the dumbest shit when I drink Casamigos. A lot of motherfuckers were saying that shit last year. A lot of babies was born out of wedlock like a motherfucker last Leo season. You ain't have no fucking control what the fuck you was doing last summer. Your sexual energies, all your vibrations, your expression, your sense, your need to be seen, your attention, your neglect for time and money management, that shit was out. That shit was out the fucking door. And then when fall season hit last year, motherfucker was depressed. Then the sun don't be showing up like that in fall season. You can't even depend on the sun to light you up a little bit more. Libra, Scorpio season said, fuck all that shit. Sagittarius said, fuck all that shit. Libra season said, motherfucker, sit your ass down and understand what relationships make sense in your life. You did all that motherfucking crazy shit in the summertime. Scorpio season said, motherfucker, pay attention to some of these wounds. Pay attention to how we feel about all the dumb shit we done did, this transformation we experiencing in the moment. Understand what this shit mean right now. Sagittarius season says, hey man, I ain't gonna be as heavy on you as Sagittarius is, but your ass finna learn about what the fuck we experiencing right now too. And we need to develop some new motherfucking beliefs and a new philosophical outlook on what the fuck going on. All right. So that's how that shit is playing out. You cannot lose yourself in the summertime or this end of spring season or whatnot, rest of June and whatnot. Ain't nobody saying don't go out. Ain't nobody saying don't have fun. Ain't nobody saying that. Ain't nobody saying that. All right. Ain't nobody got time for that. But ain't nobody, I never say that. You feel me? Life is about balance. But when Saturn is retrograde, this ain't the time to be like, I'm gonna come back to this work later. Fuck it, let me go grab these drinks. Because that same night will be some stupid shit. Some stupid shit happen, you'll regret it. You'll regret it. Like, damn, it's Sunday, I'm rushing. I gotta get this project. I gotta finish this online course by 9 p.m. You don't want to be doing all that shit during Saturn retrograde times, putting yourself back against the wall positions, not being disciplined with your schedule, not telling your friends, like, I'm sorry, guys, I really can't do that this weekend. Like, this is, if I don't take care of this, my reality gonna be a little upside down. All right. So you need to understand this. Now, if you have placements in between, because Saturn is going retrograde right now, is at 25 degrees, and it's gonna go direct October 22nd. It's gonna go direct October 22nd at 13 degrees. So it's gonna go all the way back to 13 degrees. And if you have any placements between, I would say like around 20, early 20s of a degree, all the way like up to 20 to 25 degrees, up until like 13, 14, 15 degrees, somewhere between that range, like between 20, 23 degrees and like 13 degrees. Anything within that, if you got planets within any range of that in a fixed sign, so this is Leo, Taurus, and motherfucking Scorpio. If you got planets in that range, you're going to be feeling this energy more than others. All right. You're going to be feeling this energy more than others. All right. Saturn and Aquarius individuals, you guys are going to be, you may manifest, you may be the teachers around this time, especially if you have Saturn retrograde in Aquarius. People may be looking at you towards you. You're going to spiritually have more of an understanding as to what makes sense around this time. So when you with your friends and y'all in the weekend doing this, that, and the third, or you planning for this vacation, this, that, and the third, you gonna know. You gonna have a stronger influence than other people may have. Like, no, this don't make sense right now. Or I should have more of a serious approach with this right now. This is not something to be lackadaisical about right now. Because it's your energy. It's your energy. You know better. Might be manifesting a lot of people coming to you for support because they kind of losing it during the Saturn being retrograde. You know, because look, this is something I got to understand about Saturn being retrograde. There's things coming to an end. Saturn finna put things to it. Like, we closed a lot of cycles during Saturn retrograde. A lot of y'all got out of relationships last year between late Gemini season until the start of like Libra season. A lot of y'all ended a lot of relationships. Y'all stopped working certain jobs last year. You moved. You stopped living somewhere. You started living somewhere else. You stopped. A certain habit you had got cut out your life. Whether you initiated it or you went through something very transformative that said, "Yo, I cannot do this shit no more." Until alcohol got you in a car accident or some shit like that. So we can't think Saturn won't use something extreme as fuck right now to get some order in our life, to get some structure in our life. Go look at your calendar. Go look at your calendar. Like I said, this Saturn went retrograde about 2 weeks before where we at right now. Go look at what you was experiencing at the end of middle of Gemini season last year, all the way up until Libra season. Think about all the things that you wanted to work on, that you wanted to see thrive during the summertime last year. All right. And then think about your mindset looking back at it when it was fall time. It may have been a lot of like, damn, I didn't see that ending. You feel me? Or in the midst of that time, you experienced something that was either extreme, traumatic, that made you have to limit that shit. We don't want to experience that. We don't have to, guys. We don't have to experience that extreme shit. We don't have to. All right? So this is how we're going to stay spiritually on point. We're going to understand what's the priority right now. All right? So we can leave those gaps. We can leave those gaps in pockets to live our life and have some motherfucking fun. Saturn ain't trying to keep us in jail forever. You know, Saturn actually wants you to build the structure so you can go ahead and live life freely. It just don't want you to neglect what's a responsibility. Every planet has its function. Every planet got their wants and needs. Venus wants to be touched and connected to and all of that. Neptune wants to intimately connect and learn and experience. Jupiter wants to go out. It doesn't want to be in the house. Jupiter want to be in the fucking house all day. It wants to go out and experience and shit. It don't want no fucking curfew and shit. AKA fucking Sagittarius, Pisces children and shit be lying like a motherfucker just so they could. I know I'm supposed to be back at 9, but look, Sagittarius, Pisces, some lying motherfucker. Look what happened. I know I'm supposed to be back at home at 9, but look, we had a school shooting today. I ain't hear nothing about no goddamn school shooting today. I know they shot a lot of people. Ain't nobody reported yet. I'm the only one that made it back. You're gonna hear about it tomorrow. I promise you. We should probably, I think the best thing, I think we should just go get rest because I'm traumatized right now, Ma. I'm traumatized. I don't even want you to look into it because I don't even want my trauma to pass on. What I'm experiencing, I don't want you to experience this, Ma. I promise you I'll come back. I'll never pass curfew ever again. Lying ass Sagittarius Pisces. That motherfucking Jupiter energies gas some shit up, exaggerate some shit like a motherfucker. And that should start turning into lies. So that's where Pisces and Sagittarius lying influences come from. Libras, we be lying because we this turned into a toxic rant. Libras be lying because they overly care about other people's. They don't have no backbone at times. It's like they get punked into lying about shit. Who cheat? I ain't cheat. Cheated with who? Listen, I ain't fuck her. She fucked me. I'm gonna tell you what happened. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what happened. I was gonna tell you, but you see the way you acting right now. Libras start turning that. Libras know how to do that shit too. Start turning shit on you. Start making you feel victim for shit. They good at that. Top 5 Libras, Scorpios, they top Aries. They good at that shit. Because look how you acting right now. This is why if I do some shit negative, how am I supposed to open up and even be a man and tell you that shit? Look how you acting. Relationships supposed to be through thick and thin. Start throwing you relationship fundamentals and shit. I don't give a fuck about your relationship values. Bitch, you cheated. And the only reason you're explaining this shit because you got caught. Like, look. I fell and slipped in it. All right. Look. I'm just, damn. You got some head nigga for. Goddamn Libras. Leo cheat because they just got the God complex. Leo cheat because they feel like they got the right to cheat. Lie. These the liars right here, y'all. Y'all know y'all the liars of the zodiac. Sag, Pisces, Libra, Leo. I don't know who's gonna fill in that 5th place, but I know them 4 in the top 5. Flunked. Shout out to Dolo. Aries might fill in that 5th spot. Oh, Aries. Yeah, Aries is in there. I'm bugging. Aries is some lying ass motherfucker. So Leo's a lie because they feel like, who gonna tell me what? I tell y'all what it is. If I want to lie, I'm a lie. Give a fuck. Give a fuck how y'all see me. I don't give a fuck how y'all see me. All I know is that y'all see me. That's all that matters. Shit. That's a motherfucking Leo gonna lie. Aries gonna motherfucking lie because they just don't give a fuck. That's just everything with Aries. If you ask me, don't DM me why Aries do this and the third. Just know the answer always gonna be they don't give a fuck. Why this Aries why my Aries boss fired me for he don't give a fuck. Why my Aries partner cheated on me? She don't give a fuck. Why my Aries child always lying? He don't give a fuck. Why am I Aries and I don't give a fuck? Because you don't give a fuck. That's it. That's always going to be the answer in some type of way with the Aries. All right. Leos will start lying if they feel like they're a victim. Oh, listen, they'll play. Leos can play victim. I'm telling you, these signs, they'll turn it on you. Pisces kind of be lying for no reason a little bit too. But I always say Pisces y'all don't fully come down here. I always say that about y'all, only 65% downloaded here. That other percentage is still up there. And your whole life you just trying to understand why all of it ain't come down, you know? So sometimes your lies come from being too high up there. Pisces be just lying about shit that literally, out of all 5 of them signs, the ones that really don't be lying for no reason be Aries and Pisces. Those be the ones that be lying for no reason. There's really no reason to lie, but if you know these signs and how they lie, Aries lies really be like, you really believe that too. You really believe that one in your head too. You really believe that one in your head too. It'll take a while. Aries might not never admit what they just got caught with too. That's another thing. Aries might not never admit this shit, no matter how red-handed they is. At least us Libras, at least we're going to start apologizing and being soft. We're going to start sweet talking. We're going to start finding words and shit to make you not come at us so heavy and just make you less, to be more calm and peaceful about what you just found out. Because it's like, all right, you found out already. Let me just throw as much Venus energy in this shit. You know? Sagittarius will humble down and sooner they'll come to you because it's going to be an ethical thing with them at some point. It might not be right. It might take a little minute though. It might be a year. They'll come around though. Sagittarius is going to come around. Like, you know what? I'm really doing this because you know, I've just been I've embarked on a new spiritual journey in the past 8 months. And, you know, a part of me just felt like I had to just reach out to everybody that I did wrong in my past in some type of shape or form. Remember that time that you called? That's how Sagittarius going to admit they shit right there. That's how they're going to admit that shit right there. Leo going to admit, they're going to admit the truth when they feel like, it's almost like when they feel like they about to lose something, or like, or nobody's reflecting the sunlight they getting, and it's like the only way to get some type of attention is sunlight back, and people paying attention to me to admit the truth. Damn, my partner just don't see me no more. Like, all right, baby, look, damn, I did that shit, man. I did it. I did that shit. But Aries and Pisces will stay in La La Land with that lie. Them two start believing they shit. Them two will start believing they shit. Those are the lies of the zodiac right there. Is there any honor? Let me see. Any honorable mentions? It's hard to say Scorpio or Virgo be lying because it's like they just like strategic. They're just like it's like they didn't lie. They just hit it well. I don't know how to describe it. It's like they didn't lie. You just ain't ask. So it's like that type of shit with Virgo and Scorpio. They know how to fuck you up a little bit. It's deep with them two. You gotta take them to trial. Taurus will lie in a braggadocious way. Like they're not gonna lie. They're not gonna lie like that. Taurus keep that shit a stack for real. It's just that when it comes to like material shit, they made it just exaggerate shit a little bit. That's all. Not no lie. Oh, Gemini might be honorable mention. I'm bugging. Yeah, Gemini might be honorable mention. I'm bugging. Y'all Geminis, y'all. You know, Geminis, I think of y'all because y'all good liars. That's the thing. Libras were bad liars. Aries, horrendous liars. Pisces, delusional liars. Like I know you ain't just lied to me with that shit. I know you could have spent more time on a better fucking lie than that. Like at this point, I'm not even mad you lied. I'm mad at the way you constructed that lie. It's like it's such a lack of. You really just think I'm just dumb as snot with that one. Geminis, you might not ever find that shit out. You might not ever find that shit, whatever they lying to you about, you might not ever find that shit out. The way they get caught is if they forget the lie. That's how they get caught. If that situation comes back up in the future and they forgot what they lied about or how they lied about it, or if they spoke too fast. So if their partner is like, remember that last year you couldn't make, what's the name? I don't know. I can't think of a situation that quick. Their partner brings some shit up you lied about last year, and then they bring it up, and then your impulsive communicating that, like, yeah, babe, this, that, and the third. She's like, wait, hold on. I thought last year you was here when you said you was there. Like, huh? Then Gemini, you know, start throwing mad words at you. That's what they do. They just start talking. Hopefully trying to see if they can find a gap with all them words they throwing at you to change the subject or say something that's really crazy, outrageous to make you to pay attention to that. Then they'll deviate from that shit. So they good with that. But that's how the Gemini's gonna get caught with their lies most of the time. They just that's what it is. They they must have forgot they lie. But you ain't catching their ass. And then you get mad because you don't. They don't lie. You just pay attention to details. That's what it is, man. All right, y'all. So, so things are going to be coming to an end, guys. All right, things are going to be coming to an end. All right, we need to understand what's expired right now. Obviously the things that you want to now this is the thing about a retrograde. I'm sorry, y'all. I've been drinking a lot of water. Hold on. Woo! So, what was I just saying? Things are going to come to an end. We got to know what's being okay. Now, get all that crazy negative shit out the way, right? Not really negative, just what the lessons that we got to embrace around this time. We got to understand that when it comes to the things that we want to see growth with in our lives, the things that we're currently working on, we're trying to build, especially if it's rooted around career, getting money in some type of shape or form, getting stable and getting secure. Y'all got to understand this is a time to go in. If I'm telling you karma is heavy with Saturn and karma is heavier around Saturn retrograde times, then if we're wise, we finna go in with the shit we want to build. If we're wise, we gonna make some sacrifices for some things during this summertime because we know we in Saturn retrograde, and we know if we take advantage, putting certain time into things, taking our time, putting extra effort into building this, that, and the third, placing extra time into disciplining ourselves, we know we could see some beautiful fruits this fall season and this winter season going into 2023. So let's get to them positives. All right. I'm a whole cap, moon, cap, rising. I'm not gonna let y'all do Saturn like that. No, nobody. No way. We're gonna give Saturn his flowers. Because y'all forget to say thank you to Saturn in all the moments you worked on things over time in your life. You healed something over time in your life. Ain't none of y'all give no praise to Saturn. And Saturn just be looking at y'all. Look at you. Look at you using my characteristic. You know that meme? You know that meme with the it's like with the little white boy holding the cup, and we be using the meme for like it says how your mom be looking at you when you open your Christmas presents. Hold on, son. I'm saying right here for some of y'all that don't know what I'm talking about. Some of y'all don't know what I'm talking about. Right here. Right here. This how Saturn be looking at y'all asses when y'all do some shit over time with that face. Like, look at you using time. Look at you using time and building yourself up. Look at you sacrificing things for the for results in your later future. You're not trying to get shit overnight. Look at you. Look at you not bitching about what you gotta why you gotta add more discipline in your life. You just embracing more discipline. Look at you. Look at you understanding life is about sacrifices to manifest certain shit. Oh my God, y'all is really making me look at my dimples right now. I can't not look at you with this face. That's how Saturn be looking at us when we use them traits in our life. When we use them traits in our life, that's how it looks at us. So this is a great time to embrace these things. This is a great time to devote yourself. It's a great time to devote yourself to everything you want to build. So I do encourage the balance. But if you want to make it a stack and grind summer, this is a great summer for that. You know? If you want to make this a stack and grind summer, this is a great summer for that. Okay? You know, it would be nice to see your business get from point A to B around the fall time. It would be nice to start making more sales or build your brand more or see the progress and the fruits of your brand towards the end of the year so you could go into 2023 more spiritually aware of what you're capable of, have more experience of understanding how time works in this realm. I don't need them. I know how time works. on positive and negative scales. That's my life. That I'm a late bloomer. I know certain things is on hold for me until like 30-ish. That's what it is. That's how my chart set up. Not everybody's shit set up like that with Saturn. You know? So that's what it is, y'all. That's what it is. Just like how we wanted to embrace Mercury going direct, right? In order to you're right, 2023 gonna be crazy with Pluto. Phew. You got Pluto and Saturn in your first house. Pluto and Saturn been in my first house for the past couple of years. So imagine that. Imagine all these personal transformations over here. All right. So that's what's going on, y'all. You want to just embrace anything that you want to build and structure in your life, and your ability to be a better developed individual and human being. You guys all know I'm gonna run through these influences through the houses, so we have more of a awareness as to where these lessons and this influence of heavier restriction, taking our time, practice exercising patience, exercising discipline. I'm gonna run through the houses, the transits of the houses, so we have more of awareness about these things. But guys, every single one of us right now, we all understand the things in our life that we can be more disciplined with without before even looking at the chart. We all do. We all know what we could work on. We all know what we could limit a bit more in our life. We all know what we could put restrictions on. We all know the potential of our lives if we allowed ourselves to restrict and limit certain things. We're all adults here. All right. You know, it's one of Saturn's favorite words, y'all. Accountability. Saturn loved that word. Saturn loved that word. All right. So that's Saturn. All right, guys. Let me just run through these houses. Aquarius risings. Now remember, every house we're going to see delays, anticipate some bit of frustration trying to work something. The frustration is going to come from you trying to work something and Saturn telling you, nope, more time than that. Nope, you thought you were going to get that done this week. Nope, that's going to be a 2-week thing. That's a lot of where the frustration comes. The more you are able to accept, okay, today ain't the day for that. I ain't gonna get that done this weekend. I gotta put more time into that. The more you can do that during Saturn retrograde, the less frustration you're dealing with. The more you can understand, like, okay, I was trying to rush that, or that, this ain't the time for that. Yeah, I was trying to rush this, rush that, or this ain't the time for this and that. The more you can do that. Let me plug my phone in the charger real quick. The better we'll be, guys. The better off we will be around this time. All right. So that's what it is, guys. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. Designer boys. That's what it is. What it is. What it is. All right. All right. All right. Let's get jiggy. Okay, there we go. So Aquarius rising. When it comes to your personal appearance, it may be things that you change around this time. All right. You want to cut off your hair. You know, when it comes into, because the first house rules the body and the head area. It has influence over the body, you know, but their strong influences are just the head area and everything inside the head. So from your skull to your brains to your eyes to your teeth to your, you know, all of that shit. And you may develop change. Saturn may push you to embrace different views of how people perceive you. How people, because your first house is first impression, Aquarius rising. So, and this is the thing, you Aquarius rising. Your first house, your chart is ruled by Saturn. So you're understanding this energy more than a lot of others and quicker than a lot of other people. Because when Saturn's your chart ruler, you need discipline in order for things to start to get the roll on in all of your houses. That's how the chart ruler works. So the planet that rules your first house, that energy fake need to stay intact. When that energy is not intact, It don't matter what's in this house, that house. All of the whole chart can be upside down. Your whole life can feel crazy. Sometimes relationships be fucked up, but we got family to fall on. Family be fucked up, but we got career to deal. We got some fruits in career. Career be fucked up. We got some relationships to deal with us, to help us. Our fun and situation with our inner child be fucked up, but we got some personal aspirations to get to. So sometimes it's like, all right, this house is a little iffy right now, but let me just show gratitude for what's going on and the support I could gain and rally up from the other houses to help me have a better approach in this house. But when that chart ruler ain't, that energy not intact, all of that shit could be upside down. So Aquarius Rising, you ain't nobody got to tell you to learn time management. Ain't nobody got to tell you to understand what to restrict and limit in your personal life, what people not to have in your personal life. People with strong Saturn influences understand loss and understand things being taken away from them. So this is why they don't like people that have a light victim approach to life, aka Sun, Moon, and Ascendants, Capricorn, Sun risings, and Aquarius Sun, Moon risings, and Saturn conjunct the Sun, Saturn conjunct the Moon, Saturn in the first house, on the ascendant, Saturn in the fourth house, on the descendant, Saturn in the seventh house, and Saturn in the 10th house. Like, these individuals, they don't like being around people that are real, that is like, you so soft, like you bitching about that situation. You bitching because you lost that. That's what you crying about. Go cry to somebody in Saturn in the fourth house because you fuck because your nail broke and shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, what am I gonna do? I got this fucking big ass party tomorrow. My nails is fucked up. I can't even get in contact with the person that do my nails, and then get that shit away from somebody with strong Saturn placements. That's the shit that's gonna make them stop fucking with you right there. Shit like that. Motherfucker, I had to raise my fucking siblings, and you over here talking about your fucking nails. I had to start working at 16 just to make sure I could fucking take care of my siblings, and I had to fucking finish high school. And you over here talking about some fucking this, that, and the third, and your boyfriend doing this, that, and the third too, or your girlfriend. I ain't got time for none of that shit. Life real. You getting caught up in little shit. All right. And strong Saturn placements might have a strong influence with isolation in their life, period. Saturn, if you're going to talk about a planet that deals with restriction, limitations, they're going to have strong isolated personalities. If you got strong Cap Aquarius placements, or like that Saturn in the first house, and I added 4th, 7th, and the 10th house, because planets in any of these angles, the 1st, 4th, 7th, and 10th house, these are your most important houses in the zodiac. These are the cardinal houses. These are where your the archangels, archangles positions are at. So a Saturn in the 7th house, these people will go through certain restrictions and limitations in their relationships. They may lose people in life in their relationships. They may have a distant ass connection from somebody they really fuck with and care about. And you over there bitching about your fucking partner, this, that, and the third. The motherfucker I'm in love with live in fucking Mississippi and shit. And they in the military and shit. And I'm working, and we ain't gonna see each other till next year and shit. You get to see your partner all the fucking time. So it'll be shit like that. But Saturn in the 7th house definitely don't give a fuck about your relationship problem. They definitely don't give a fuck about that, because they cold. They cold with motherfuckers from a business relationship perspective. You're not finna stay in a Saturn in the 7th house person life. You're not finna stay in their fucking life, and you're not productive. You don't build with them. You don't support nothing. They don't build nothing with you. Y'all don't exchange positive energy. They're not gonna keep somebody in their life for that long. They can like the fuck out of you and cut you the fuck off for certain reasons. The emotion and how they care about you, especially if they don't got deep ass water placements or fire placements that get them lost in their emotion at times. Oh yeah. that love they got for you, they could love you from afar. Saturn in that fucking 7th house. Keep fuck around if you think they gonna stay around for the bullshit. That's the exaltation place for Saturn. That's the exaltation place for Saturn. Saturn cut people off quick in that motherfucker. So sorry, Aquarius Rising. Sorry, Aquarius Risings. Oh shit! Shout out to Smokahontas. I didn't even peep your name all this time. That's a fire name. But Aquarius Risings, right? Look, I went on a whole tangent, but that was to say, don't nobody got to teach you these things. This is your chart ruler. So when it comes to the things you know you're supposed to be restricting and limiting, you have more experience around this time. Aquarius in the 1st house, once again, you may change. This may be a time where you have to change your viewpoints of how people see you, because you paying too much attention to how others view you may actually be stopping you from building things that you need to build in your 1st house. Maybe a certain brand business that the 1st house deal with our personal aspirations and goals. All right, this is the home of Mars. All right, this is the I am. So a lot of our personal aspirations and goals come out the 1st house. And with Aquarius in there, it might be too much of you may go through your battles at time, seeing how your personality, your personal influence fits into society, when you're actually learning to be what society is learning from. This is something Aquarius placements can get caught up with from time to time. All right. So, in many different ways, through conversation, through things within your relationships, you may develop something. Yeah, I'm sorry. Right now, I just want to run through the houses, because y'all know me, I can't explain shit in 30 seconds. So with appearance, how you appear to the world, these are things that you're going to start to change your viewpoints on with here, Aquarius Rising. The 1st house rules the body. This ain't a time to fuck around with what you're consuming. It will show through your face. It will show through your skin. You may get a new gray hair too. Dealing with more headaches, dealing with more physical stress on the body. The physical stress in your body from not being structured around this time can be very loud. All right. But if you know you're not taking care of yourself physically, this ain't the time that you want to, continue those ways. Because it could kind of be a little bit more extreme with what you might have to deal with around this time. All right. Or how your body reacts to things around this time. All right. But yeah, there may be some delays and frustration dealing with building some personal aspirations and goals. So this is why Saturn retrograde, we need to buckle down. There's really no like soft way to say that shit. You need to buckle down. There will be some frustration building. It will be some delays. It will be some things you thought was gonna pop this summer, and I don't know, not yet. Just stay focused, keep working. All right, let's not get too hyped now. That's what Saturn. That's why Saturn don't fuck with the sun. These motherfuckers get too hyped before they put the work in. You get too hyped looking at the vision and the dream. That's why Saturn don't give a fuck about that shit. It's like, I deal with results. So this is why you come to a Capricorn Aquarius hype about some shit. They could be real non-reflective about that shit. It's like, okay, the vision is cool. Motherfuckers have visions and dreams every day. Motherfuckers have visions and dreams every day. Where's the results? So, there will be some, you got to buckle down here, Aquarius Rising, and you will manifest some people looking at you for some help dealing with stability, this, that, and the third. You got to have some boundaries. I posted this earlier in the week. The shit going viral, so Spirit told me to tell y'all this shit. Now, I ain't look at no transit to see what I had to tell Aquarius this week. I picked up that influence. Aquarius, Sun, Moon, Risings. Y'all need to build boundaries with motherfuckers as far as how they can access you for information and resources. And then when it's time for you to kind of see if you get some support back, motherfuckers is ghosts. All right, so you can't be, got to have more discernment with how you deal with people. And Aquarius Rising, you're going to be probably experiencing some of that right now in the 1st house, learning not to be the person that people could just run to you all the time. And they know that you're just going to go out your way to help them with this, that, and the third. You know, we talk about how like stuck up Aquariuses can be and detached, this, that, and the third. Man, they're some of the most helpful motherfuckers in the world. It's just that they don't be having time for shit. They be having time for bullshit sometimes. So it's not saying that they don't fuck with you and they won't help you. It's just that when they pick up energy that's like nonsense to them, they'll give you that type of energy. That's why people don't be liking them. If you don't got an individual, if you can't think for yourself and you don't have an individual mind, you're not going to get along with Aquarius people. If you can't like something and then ask the Aquarius if they like it and accept that other people may not like what you don't like, you're not going to get along with Aquarius. Just don't. If you have an Aquarius child, oh, you're going to go through hell because they got a mind of their own and they're an example to the world that you should have a fucking mind of your own too. So this is why they become some of the most influential people in the world, or some of the most influential people in their own lives who to the environments that they may be a part of, to their family members. That's why they're some of the most transformative motherfuckers too. That's why they transform their environments too, because they don't just easily go with the grain and align with everything else. So yeah, don't be asking Aquarius. Don't be asking Aquarius for like, how does this dress make me look fat? Don't ask your Aquarius partner that question, please. Hey babe, what you think about this hairstyle? Yeah, I went to show the one that you not the one that you told me to. I went to the person I wanted to go to. You see how they did the twist? Don't ask your Aquarius girl. Your Aquarius girlfriend gonna give you the raw. Like, well, I ain't gonna lie, your parts look funny this time. I mean, it's nice, but that's not a 10 out of 10. But it's okay. You're only gonna have them twist in for a couple weeks. You take them out, get them back. Motherfucker be hurt. You're like, wait, what you mean my parts? What you mean? No, go ahead, explain, because you got a different. I didn't expect you to say that. We never know what the fuck you expect Aquarius Sun Moon Rising to say. So if you're gonna put an assumption on some shit before you ask them some shit, or before you think they just gonna easily go along with some shit you into, oh yeah, you in for a motherfucking rude awakening. Somebody in the comments say your parts is raggedy. You feel me? If you would have went to the person I sent you to, I mean, might throw some little funny shit in there too. You know, Aquarius got a sharp tongue, so they damn near need to hold themselves back from saying things at times. That's why a lot of them like to be silent, because they know the way they talk, it's hard to tone it down. So they might say, like, I know I wouldn't let nobody part my. If that was me, I would have told them take that shit. I'll give my money back. But anyways, I mean, it's cool. It's only a couple of weeks. Be like, wait, hold on. Start making you think like, damn. Am I being a bitch for not telling the hairstylist to take my shit out when I got my shit done? Motherfucker, boy, did say Libras be passive. You got you. This is what your Aquarius girlfriend got you thinking. Now you think about what your astrologers. Boy, did say. Let me go look at my chart. Aquarius partner got you looking at your chart. All right. So Aquarius rising. That's what's going on. Your personal aspirations. You know, this is the time to buckle down, take some time with that. But this is straight personal development time right now. It's straight personal development time for you. Please take care of your physical vessel right now. If this is one of the placements that I extremely encourage a detox around this time. You got 4.5 months. Don't tell me you can't detox something. Don't tell me you can't detox or get multiple cleanses in, 3 good cleanses in, 2 good cleanses in the 4th. I don't want to hear that shit, because I know fasting and detoxing, that's something that you need to flow with in your body. You gotta, okay, this is a good time to do it. I'm telling you, Saturn retrograde in the first house, there's gonna be a time within these 4.5 months that you like, you know what, my body could really get refreshed a bit. Let me just eat fruits for these next 3 days while I just, you know, drink these herbs and take this detox package or this colon cleanser. Please keep that in mind. All right. Because the body not having that shit. Body is not having that shit right now. Saturn already been Saturn been transiting all these houses for the past couple years. I mean, for the past year and a half now. So, you know, what needs to be worked on and stabilized in these houses ain't new news. This ain't new to us right now. We've been trying to get this shit together and work on this shit. Yes, habits like that. Like, if you know you're overindulging in smoking, drinking, the result may show through the body right now. All right. But that's like one of my biggest takeaways with Aquarius Risings. there may be a shift in how your outlook on how people perceive you. This is a time to shed some of them energies, shed some of them perceptions, maybe based off of your family, home environment, you being Aquarius rising, living a real isolated life, having to understand how to develop an opinion or outlook separate from the pack. A lot of the times you may hold resentment from how you think people look at you as an outcast, how people look at you as being an individual thinker, having your spiritual beliefs, whatever it is in the first house. Saturn retrograde going to say, yo, we shedding all of that shit. We don't give a, we're going to limit our individuality and the potential of what we can do with our personal aspirations if we kind of consider the public too much and the seventh house too fucking much. The seventh house and them niggas gotta watch us. They gotta watch us. I'm not finna be watching them. So stay down. Stay down, Aquarius risings. You feel me? Y'all been going through a whole shift period. Y'all been going through a whole shift period with Saturn coming back, in its home state, and you having Aquarius in the first house period. There's high aspirations for what is it you want to stabilize and secure in your life, especially from a career perspective. So this is the time where we could really make a lot of growth here. All right. But yes, be careful of them delays and frustrations. So that's what we got going on there for my Aqua risings. All right. Spent a lot of time on that one, going off the tangent. Capricorn risings. Aquarius in the second house. Aquarius in the second house. When it comes to your finances, all right. When it comes to certain things, certain possessions you have, things you have, some of these shits might get taken away. You might be influenced to have to work more for the money that you make now, whether put in more hours, and that shit may be something that's really just gonna force you to start investing time into the things you value within yourself. So around this time, if there's something that you've been wanting to do on the side, let's say you work this career, even if you work a certain career or whatnot, you still, and it pays well. This may be a time where you still start feeling like if you don't have value within that career, you might make a shift to leave that shit right now. You might make a shift to leave that shit in the next 4.5 months. Definitely if that's kind of been what's resonating with you since the past year and a half. Like, damn, this job paid good. I mean, my savings looking straight. I think towards maybe sometime in the next 2-3 years or something, I should be able to quit this shit and start building this up, or take less hours to start working on this and the third. Aquarius in the second house, you're going to catch these vibes during the next 4.5 months, and these might be some of the things that's coming to an end for you right now. So the stronger that energy starts to develop, the more you want to probably resonate with making decisions in that space. But money management is huge right now. You guys cannot go out through the summer wilding with your bread and not being discerning with dealing with your motherfucking you better know which account is what account. This your checkings, this your savings, this your second savings. Don't be, if this your savings, we is not going to be pulling out the savings. We is not going to let that checking account get low to the point we pulling out the savings when we don't need to be pulling out that shit, because that's what we need to use to start this second half of this second career life path in our life. This is what we're going to use for some of our resources. So it's going to be shit like that. The second house deal with your value system. So if you value in negative ass people, places, and things, there's going to be a transformative or extreme moment around this time with Saturn being retrograde in the second house. And this is going to be a huge influence to cut that off. All right. So So we got that going on there. And it's gonna be from you're gonna attract situations to overindulge to the point it feels uncomfortable. So let's say you have a negative habit, because the second house starts dealing with superficial things, pleasures that you experience in the physical realm, money, all of that shit. So you might have a support system that's negative or an enabling support system. So let's say I always use alcohol. Let's say it's alcohol. You drink too fucking much, right? And then on top of that, you don't spend money on liquor. Your friends always copping bottles, doing this and third. They always in a section. Maybe you live a life with a lot of party promoters or whatever, right? You get to party for free. You get to live your fucking life. Right now, this is the type of situation where, you'll be pushed into a state where you're overindulging. gonna super limit some shit to the point you don't want no part of alcohol. And sometimes we get so fucked up over alcohol, we be like, yeah, I'm done. I ain't never, I don't know why I drink in the first place. And then next occasion, because I'm an occasional drinker, I don't really drink, but I'm practicing being sober, period, right now. So you might, we all had the moments like, I'm good. I don't even know why I live this life. This Casamigos, this handy fucked me all the way up. I'm gonna just smoke my weed. We all been there. But then a couple weeks later, next event, you feel me? You lit. Oh no, this time, Saturn retrograde, you really gonna want to stay away from that shit. When your liver bugging on you, when you in the hospital for some whole other stupid shit, yeah, that's gonna be a time you like, Saturn retrograde is in my second house. I think I'm valuing the wrong things right now. And then this really stems for me valuing the wrong people. Because if I wasn't really around these motherfuckers like that, I don't even drink like that by myself. But these niggas always like, I'm able to be more disciplined, without these motherfuckers not around me and shit. So when it comes to all the relationships and everything you value, period, these are things that when you feel the influence to restrict and limit them, you jump on it. Money management is a big thing right now. You can create a lot of debt off of stupid shit right now. You can go into the fall season with debt. And the way you value certain possessions, if you're overly valuing certain possessions you have, Saturn will humble you in some type of way a little bit. It's gonna put you in a situation to make you realize, these are just fucking shoes. I don't know why the fuck I value these designer shoes so fucking much, or whatever gadget. Like, I gotta start playing value on things in life from a better perspective, from a more evolved perspective, And there may be some delays, like I said, especially if you're in a situation where you don't really necessarily want to be. You don't truly resonate. You don't have a value in your career. It pays good as well. Gets the bills, paid and whatnot. You stable and secure off of it, but your value system don't align with it. There may be some frustration at work, at the workplace, that is used to push you towards investing in these new ideas that you may have, or these things that you value within yourself. All right. So that's very important there, but there may be some money delays here and there. So this is why we don't want to be acting like we got it like that in the first place. Neither. You don't know what could get restricted from a money, career, finance perspective around this time. You feel me? So that's my Capricorn risings. Sag risings. Sag risings. Third house. Okay. And then one thing about Capricorn risings, Aquarius in the second house, y'all already have some brilliant Aquarius in the second house already has some brilliant out the box ideas for how to build stability and security. It may be a time to start putting energy or constructing and planning around these things. All right. Sag rising. Aquarius in the third house. Issues with siblings, your surroundings, close relationships. All right. You might see frustration with all of that shit. The people you surround yourself with and the people in your surroundings, they're going to be a huge emphasis. You cannot allow yourself to just be around anybody. And if you've been doing that, if you haven't had discernment with how your social circle is constructed, you're going to experience that here. And remember, Aquarius in the third house is an air sign, but a lot of the time, these individuals, Aquarius in the third house, kind of live the life. 9 out of 10 times, it's like everybody in the neighborhood, but you ain't really a part of anything. Like niggas play basketball over there, niggas sell drugs over there, niggas scam over there. But everybody, but you ain't really a part of none of that shit. You may get influenced to be a part of all that shit that's going on around you a lot of the time, because the third house also deals with group efforts. Aquarius deal with group efforts. So you got Aquarius in the third house. It may be a lot of situations there where you get persuaded into things, or you have to get into situations to realize, okay, that's not for me. I had a strong intuition that wasn't for me, but yeah, I'm not a scammer. Or you feel me? This is them. Let them niggas do that. Let them niggas, I'm gonna do my own thing. So you may have to, you go through them experiences sometimes, Sagittarius risings, Aquarius in the third house. So this is gonna be a time to make them people that be negatively persuading you, peer pressuring you, or they're not the best examples of positive energy in your life for some reason. These are the people where that's gonna be influenced to be restricted from. You know, with Sagittarius and this mother, with Aquarius and this motherfucker. You feel me? Issues with your siblings may be intensified in order to be built properly. Almost like Saturn deals with construction. It's like a demolition man. So it'll break things down so we can have a nice platform to build them back up. So it may break down or intensify some situations with close friends and siblings in order to have more of a healthier foundation and connection with these individuals. All right. Your surroundings and, you know, certain friendships may expire. You may move around this time, you know. Hopefully it's not a forced move. Like, you know, hopefully it's not a situation where you evicted and not a situation where you was you know, you got into it with your peoples or with your roommate and you unexpectedly just had a go or whatnot. What you looking for? Okay. If hopefully it's not no extreme situation, you know, but the emphasis here with Saturn in this house is things being restricted in your surroundings and you having more discipline as to understanding how your surroundings and your friends affect you. All right. So you cannot have friends dictating what you do in this summer. You cannot have your relationships get in the way of priorities and responsibilities this summer. You know, not with no Aquarius changing the Saturn retrograde transiting the third house. Okay. And then when it comes to traveling, you got Aquarius in the third house, you got Saturn retrograde in the third house. You need to be leaving. You got to be somewhere at 9. Your ass better leave at 6. You got to be somewhere at 5. Your ass better leave at 2:30. Cause you gonna anticipate motherfucking delays and frustration with all type of traveling efforts and getting from point A to B. You know, things could be delayed in that type of energy. So, you know, you want to make sure there's a sense of time management for what you're doing. Now, and then when it comes to, you know, as far also with the time management and traveling, you know, we throw vehicles and whatnot in there too. So, you know, Saturn retrograde is like all type of shit. You ain't get your motherfucking shit registered in a minute or whatnot, or you forgot to get your shit registered, or you forgot to do this, that, and the third for your license to get these points off your license, or you know your shit need a tune-up, or all them little things you might have put on the back burner with your whip, with your car, with forms of transportation. If that shit ain't taken care of now, your ass will catch your shit will break down on the highway because you wasn't being responsible with what you utilized to move around and travel with. Like, so if that little yellow blinking shit is on your dashboard, you go take that shit to where you need to take that shit so we don't end up on the side of the highway. Going back to this live stream. You on the side of the highway, your shit broke down, waiting for fucking AAA to show up. Let me go back and watch the Saturn retrograde live stream. Saturn retrograde gonna be on some dumb shit in that area. All right, and there may be certain. This house also deal with information and knowledge. There may be certain ideals and concepts that are not yours that you subconsciously adapted. You know, you subconsciously the remote, the black. Check the chair or the floor, right there. It should be like somewhere probably on the floor. The floor. Oh, there you go. So, okay. So, what the fuck I was gonna say? Oh, fucking brother distracted me. Yeah, when it comes to your social circle, you may not realize the way you think about things or certain concepts you developed, maybe towards relationships, towards things about your family, towards things about career, that came from your friends, and they got your best interest, but you didn't allow, but you adapted too much of their outlook on something. Saturn retrograde is going to make sure you shed that and get back to being an original thinking and thinking for yourself. So this is why this time may push you, it may isolate you a little bit. Saturn retrograde in the third house. It may isolate you right now around this time to a degree. All right. So that's my Sag risings. All right. Now Scorpio risings. Scorpio risings. We got Aquarius in the fourth house. We got Aquarius in the fourth house. All right. So, this could already bring a lot of isolation when it comes to your family home environment. You might have a good relationship with your father, with your mother, but it's a strong sense of individuality and independence in the home. Once again, everybody doing their own thing. We a family, but everybody got their own way of thinking about some shit. Your mom Muslim, your pops Buddhist, your brother atheist, your sister is into astrology and tarot. You just finding yourself. There'll be all type of this individuality is just strong for Scorpio risings in the home. They're forced from the early adolescent stages to be individuals here. All right. So when we're looking at Saturn going retrograde in this house, it may be some things that we need to work on when it comes to the relationship with your parents, when it comes to loved ones, when it comes to the home, appliances and shit in your house. This is a great time to start taking care of them things in your house that you put on the back burner. You feel me? You've been wanting to start building this garden in your backyard. Why are we not doing that this summer? Why not? Why are we not going ahead and getting the tools from Walmart, everything? We got all type of shit we could pick up. Why don't we set a budget and really do that shit to help us start having better space to meditate around, better energies around the home, better aura? The stability in the home is going to be emphasized. Now, we know the fourth house also deals with your emotional well-being and your mental health. All right. So there may be certain delays and frustrations you deal with certain people, places, and things that affect your emotional well-being, for you to have more of an awareness on how to deal with these individuals in these situations, or giving yourself a chance to restrict yourself, because a lot of times falling back is a solution to a lot of things in our life. All right. And with Saturn in the fourth house, if there's any burdens that you're dealing with, heavy situations you're dealing with loved ones, Saturn retrograde might put you in a let me fall back type of situation so I can have some sanity. Because once again, Saturn in the fourth house, it's learning how to build your emotional well-being up, in order for you to be stable enough to build in the physical reality. So it's going to pinpoint things that's playing out as emotional burdens here, and it's going to push you to restrict these things. You're going to realize what people, places, and things in this house affect your emotions, and Saturn's going to make sure that you're very stern about making decisions on how you navigate that energy and how you deal with it. And you're not lackadaisical with this person or this issue within the home, all right, or with this habit that you have, or with this thing that you're connecting to that's throwing your whole emotional well-being off in the first place. Saturn retrograde gonna get on top of these things, Scorpio risings. Yep. It might be a lot of disconnection going on this Saturn while Saturn going retrograde. It might be a lot of reasonable disconnection. Motherfuckers being overly dependent on you in your fourth house. You got Aquarius and Saturn in there, and you probably manifest a situation where you're stable, you're the sense of stability for loved ones or whatnot, and they taking advantage of that shit. They taking advantage of that shit to the point they not even striving for what the fuck they gotta strive for in their life, because they feel like you a little cushion for some shit. They can ask you for some money to get their hair done. They can ask you for this to take care of a bill. They can ask you for this to babysit their child. No, you gonna have to, you're gonna have to be more disciplined with your schedule, because the way I'm treating my fourth house is I'm working on my fourth house right now. I can't just be saying yes to everything. I can't just be saying yes to anything. I got to make sure my mental health is on point. So Saturn going retrograde there, there's going to be frustrations that come up in the home, and these are signs of things to restrict and fall back from, you know, not letting your family drag you into shit you're not a part of here. A person, place, or thing that you're heavily connecting to at the moment, and you're putting a lot of emotion into it right now. Saturn's going to be like, yo, can you get your shit together? Like, you just emotionally drowning in this situation. You emotionally drowning in this situation. You feel me? So it's going to be heavy here in that sense. Let me see something real quick. Just make sure I'm on Saturn Rising. Okay, yeah. So it's gonna be a lot of that there. It's gonna be a lot of disconnection with some things that you're connecting to right now. Maybe a new move. And this is a great time to restabilize anything in the home, from your actual home and house itself, from physical perspective, or the people in that motherfucker, you know, your loved ones. You might be a vessel to tell them they got to fucking work on themselves or work on their shadow in some type of shape or form, because you're placing efforts into doing that right now. So it may be situations like that, Scorpio Rising. All right. So that fourth house, this is where it's going down. This is where it's going down. Fifth house. Okay. Libra Rising. Libra Rising. Now, it's going to be some delays with probably some goals you had with like creative projects and shit. Maybe some frustration working on these things. But this is all opening up new ways to work on a lot of these things. Oh, yeah, Leo Rising. Ooh, Leo Rising. Yes, you got that Aquarius in the 7th house. So we're going to get there. We're going to get there. But you've been feeling it through your relationships this past year now. So, motherfucking Libra Risings, when it comes to creative projects and whatnot, these shits you're going to be pushed to place more time into it, or find new efficient ways to work on these things. Embracing building these things. So if you want to be a YouTuber, if you want to be an entertainer, artist in some type of shape or form, Saturn finna get you to understand the branding aspect of things, how to structure things more efficiently, you know, how to run ads on your content to make sure it's seen by more people, what platform worked for you, how to see more detail to your craft. Like, these are all things Saturn's going to make sure you halt and place more time into. You're being more efficient with how you stabilize your creativity into this realm. All right. This placement, Aquarius, Libra Rising, you are one of the main ones with Aquarius transit your 5th house that cannot put priorities and responsibilities on the back burner because it's Friday evening and this, that, and the third. If you got to go to the party late because you got something you need to take care of, there's something in your schedule you priding yourself to work on or structure on. Now, you didn't miss Pisces Rising. You missed Capricorn Rising, though. All right, but you could I'm on YouTube, so y'all can rewind on YouTube if you not trying to wait till this is over. Libra Rising, Aquarius in the 5th house, you the last one that cannot put work and responsibility on the back burner for some shit dealing with having fun. You have to have way more discernment with your romantic affairs right now. Way more discernment. And Saturn's going to be try to send you signals. So you're going to be placing mad time to link with your sneaky link and this other motherfucker that you share an intimacy with. You got these priorities, responsibilities, but you're making this situation, which is just a situation of pleasure, and you're making this more of a responsibility than what it really is. You making this, you showing universe through your energy and your time and how intentional you are about this romantic situation or this sneaky link or this sex buddy you have. You showing universe by how much energy you putting into this. That's what's priority to you. So that's just going to create transformation. There needs to be some fucking balance here, Libra Rising. And y'all know y'all will Libra Risings, sometimes Y'all will put shit on the back burner for yourselves, so y'all not the party poopers. So you're not the one. So you're not the one being looked at as like, damn, like we need you to be the designated driver. Like, damn, like you never come out the crib. Like, don't let them do that shit to you. Don't let them do that to you, Libra Risings. Or like, damn, I ain't see you in 2 weeks. Like, what's up, shorty? I ain't see you in 2 weeks. This and the third. You've been going to the gym. You've been you detoxing. You doing that and the third. Your work schedule is heavy, whatnot. Let a motherfucker know. Okay, you keep waiting. Damn, it's SATURN retrograde. We all got to practice patience right now. But that fifth house is going to be strong in the fifth house, though. It's going to be strong in the fifth house when it comes to the balance between having fun, all right, and responsibilities and priorities. And it's so much growth your creative projects can make if those are being focused on around this time. So much growth that can be made with creative projects around this time. As far as how much of it you build up and how much you learn through your experiences as to what's the most efficient way of working on these things, Libra Rising. Stay focused, Libra Rising. And a lot of y'all is creative as hell. A lot of y'all is really fucking creative. Okay. For those of y'all that got children, all right. If you got Aquarius, if you Libra Rising, you got Aquarius in the fifth house, you got children. You gotta be a little bit more patient with your children right now. You're gonna be placed into situations to be a little bit more patient and understanding with your child right now. All right. That's important to understand. Don't you might experience some pushback from your child in some different type of shape or form because they may feel restricted through something. All right. They may feel their spirit might feel heavily restricted through something. All right. And remember, I'm not a parent, but how should I say this? All right, we pick our parents, right? We picked our parents based off energy. So you may look at that now like, how my fucking parents is into this, that, and the third. But at the time you was resonating with your father, resonating with your mother, at that point in their life, they was into something. So let's say I just end up becoming a Buddhist or something, and I just stopped teaching astrology, and I'm just on my Buddhist shit. You feel me? I be in the temple praying. I just plug out this motherfucker around the age 37, 38. My child, I may have attracted my child based off of what I'm putting out right now, though. So situations like that, they don't get into your system just in that year they was conceived. No, they were swimming in your essence. We were swimming in our parents' essence for a little minute before they ended up pushing us out as actual physical vessels. We was resonating with their frequency vibration for a couple of years, for some time before they ended up pushing us out. All right, facts, Libra Rising, and I just stopped drinking and smoking to get more focused. Literally woke up, damn. Then don't let your friends get you back off track. I'm on a train and may get disconnected before you get Libra Rising. I'll watch it on. All right, later. So, when it comes to your children, Libra Rising, you got to make sure that the things that they resonated with you for, they chose you because they felt like you would be the parent to help them excel in that in some type of shape or form, or they'll get to experience that in some type of shape or form. So when your children is pushing back on something about their spirit feels uncomfortable. And you got to be able to understand that, listen to that, see how you being a restriction to something. I had a client, I'm not going to say their names or anything, of course, but I had a client a couple of months ago that were telling me about their, we started talking about the child, and they started telling me like, yeah, my child wants to take, like, they telling me how they want this, like, take video games seriously or something, and they want to, get me to invest in this laptop or something like that because they want to really become a real gamer, this, that, and the third. And I'm like, I don't see no benefit in that shit. And I'm thinking in my head, like, oh my God. I'm like, And it's okay because generations are different. There's certain things our parents don't understand about us, certain things we're not gonna understand about our children. But I'm like, man, there's these little niggas is becoming millionaires off of playing video games. Don't block that boy blessings. If they're responsible and they're getting good grades and they're taking care of what they're gonna take care of, you don't know what potential that could turn into. I'm like, she was like, I just don't see the benefit in it. Like she talking about you can make money from it, this and I don't see it. I'm like, you must have not been looking. You must have not been trying to find out, because you would have found out. You would have found out. It's some kids on YouTube helping their parents pay some big bills right now. It's some motherfuckers, as soon as they turn 18, they get in their own crib. Like, I'm good on college, Mom. I love you for getting me that PS5 and this entertainment setup so I could start my video game vlogging channel and shit. I appreciate that, Ma. That you ain't look at my aspirations and shit like they didn't mean nothing, like they wasn't realistic. I just seen a post on social media. I forgot what the post was. Oh, it was a post of Jason Tatum that plays for the Boston Celtics, saying how when he was young, he was in, I don't know what grade it was, but they were all talking about what careers they wanted to be when they was older, and everybody was saying, you know, they want to be a doctor, they want to be this, they want to be that, and he was like, I want to be in the NBA. And then like how his teacher told him that's unrealistic or some shit, and he said he felt bad, he felt outcasted, and he said his mom told him, listen, you be where the fuck you want to be, you know, I believe in you, so you got it. And somebody in the comments said, I don't fucking get it. Like, somebody's gonna be an artist, somebody's gonna be an entertainer, somebody's gonna be an entrepreneur. Why the fuck they can't just let them kids dream? Like, he's like, the world gonna crush their dreams later on in life anyways. And then there was mad people under that comment talking about, yeah, but it's just that it's unrealistic and you want to be more stable, this, that, and that. I'm like, yo, look, goddamn, you, the Matrix all up in these comments. Like, damn, why you gotta let your kid dream? Shit, that's why the fuck they gonna end up having that resentment towards your ass. That's how. Listen, man, you gotta let your child dream. That's all I'm gonna say. For all my Libra Rising parents out there, just in case they deal with any issues with this retrograde during the 5th house. All right, so but yeah, certain hobbies and things we like to do to have fun, you may feel such a lot of resistance trying to do that shit around this time. And a lot of it is going to be because Saturn wants to have more productive work with creative projects and things that you may be working on from an expression point of view. You know, it wants to spend time building some of these things up. All right, instead of just spending a lot of time having fun and just dealing with your hobbies, this, that, and the third. If you want to find the balance here, and there may be some cycles coming to an end. It may be some cycles coming to an end with something you did like to do, having fun a whole lot, but you seeing how it's playing is having a negative influence in your life in some type of shape or form. So that's really important around this time. Libra risings. All right. Virgo risings. Virgo risings. 6th house. The 6th house. So we got Saturn retrograde transit in the 6th house. This may be your last months at your job right now. That might be coming to an end. Especially if you haven't been resonating with that shit. All right. Great time to detox and cleanse. You most likely need it right now. You most likely need it right now. Don't play with your routine and your diet and your regimen right now. This is not the time for that shit. You already been feeling that shit in the past. Year and a half. You might have been doing some changing things up with your diet, and your schedule and your routine has been going through its ups and downs with you trying to find the routine for yourself that works for you around this time. So now that it's retrograde, this is the time to capitalize off of what you know is healthy to have in your schedule. This is the time to make sure you start putting you have that schedule that's devoted to something that you want to build, other than what you got going on in the workplace. Unless the workplace, you know, you good at where you work, this and the third. But If there's something else that you've been wanting to work on and structure, around this time, Saturn may develop some friction at the workplace. It might make your boss be a little bit more asshole-ish around this time, throwing extra hours on you at this time. So yeah, you remain stable, this, that, and the third, but it's pushing you to have more of a schedule and routine that fits your individuality, because you got Aquarius in the 6th house. So you're supposed to have an individual and pretty much outcasted ways of working on something, or what you're working on. How you build up your schedule and routine is supposed to be influential to others. You're not supposed to get consumed in what other people got going on around you with Aquarius in the 6th house. And you bring a lot of perspective on things dealing with regiment, diet. A lot of these motherfuckers, Aquarius in the 6th house, Virgo risings. We know Virgo deal with health. So on the ascendant, you already got a constellation as your personality on the ascendant that's dealing with how you take care of yourself. That's dealing with mental health. That's dealing with how you self-nurture. What's going on, Ty? All right. You already got that going on. All right. So you want to continue to make sure you invest in yourself in the right way in that 6th house. It's time to tighten up that. You want to get in the gym. You want to start taking care of your vessel better. It's a great time to really initiate that. We can make some great strides this next 4.5 months. We could walk into the fall season feeling like we have a new vessel, based off of how you made sure you nurtured yourself the way you're supposed to be, physically and mentally. Okay? But I extremely encourage the detox and cleanse. Virgo risings, I ain't even gotta tell you, y'all know how to detox and cleanse. Y'all know how to do all that shit. Y'all know how to do that shit. That's y'all might be in the a lot of y'all be in the health be in some type of way. Virgo rising is gonna find themselves dealing with health, right? Whether they're a nurse, receptionist at the hospital, heart surgeon, holistic healer, psychiatrist. It's gonna be something with health and mental health in that motherfucker in some type of shape or form. You selling herb, you selling sea moss, you got your own brand of boxed water or something. But Virgo's gonna help something. All right. So Saturn retrograde ain't the time to play with that. And your body gonna be set. See, Aquarius in the 1st house and Aquarius in the 6th house, your body finna talk to you for real during Saturn retrograde. You feel like Saturn retrograde pushes certain situations to you, depending on the house, to see if you took in the lessons. Oh, that's what it's doing, period. That's what it's doing, period. I know you just tapped in, Ty, but we've been going in for like about 3 hours now. So definitely covered on how like the karma Saturn brings. Definitely covered that. You can use it. You can use it. So that's what's going on right now in that 6th house. Cannot play with the regiment. Cannot play with that right now here. And your ass could be late to work like a motherfucker if you ain't leaving on time right now. All right. And take care of your pets too. Make sure your pets is Gucci. Take their ass to the veterinarian if it's been a little minute. All right. And go to the dentist too. 7th house. Leo risings. 7th house, Leo risings. Some of y'all cats is meowing to death right now. Motherfucker got a stomach ache like a motherfucker. Your ass is just sitting there thinking, like, what's wrong with my cat? You ain't take his ass to the veterinarian in about 2.5 years now. That motherfucking stomach ulcer is fucking that look. The nigga can't even meow properly no more. Motherfucker can't even meow properly no more. You talking about this is Mercury retrograde? Everybody must be a throat chakra thing. No, it's his intestines. Take that cat to the veterinarian. What's wrong with you? Aquarius in the 6th house. If you got pets, man, listen to their ass. Motherfucker just hitting with the meh. Ain't no owl. It's like, what the fuck wrong with my cat? Meh. Motherfuckers come to your crib like, yo, your cat good, bro. You be smoking too much weed around your cat. That's why. Like, come here, buddy. Man. Bitch, the owl is done. That's it. Make it. Projection all fucked up. Stomach all fucked up. You don't know what the fuck going on. Motherfuckers crying for the vet. Like, you know, let me just feed it some granola. Feed it, just give it some fruits. That's all. Just gotta give it a natural diet. It'll be all right. It's coughing up blood the other day. It's all good. It's just must have chewed on some glass or something. All right. Go ahead. Think you know it all. It's Leo Risings. Leo Risings. Now, Leo Risings. Saturn been in this house for the past year and a half. So when it comes to people in your life, it's like your karma coming like this with people because Saturn exalted here. So now that Saturn is transiting here, Saturn's like, all right, Leo Rising, I'm finna get your life in order all right now, but it's finna come through. I'm finna be heavy on relationships in your life. So I'm gonna play out extreme examples as to why you shouldn't be giving, like, people. If you are Leo Rising, this past year and a half, the true colors people have shown you have never been more vivid. Ain't nobody even hiding. Like, if a motherfucker, a narcissist, the shit is loud. If somebody's really genuine and a supporter of yours, and you can always depend on them, Leo Rising, the shit is loud. If a motherfucker be lying and they never even gonna stop lying to you, the shit is loud. Saturn trans in this house makes it very evident as to what relationships you need to be putting time into and working on. Okay? This is business partners. These are associates. These are co-workers. This is your intimate partner. So you thinking that there's nothing about yourself you need to work on because you've been dating your partner for a couple of years now, and since it's been 2 years and 3 years, everything is comfortable and you don't need to self-develop, you don't need to put no effort into your relationship, or there's no sense of evolution in the relationship. Saturn retrograde gonna kick your ass. You're gonna be argument galore. Argument galore, Leo Risings. And that's one of the worst things that can happen in relationships. This is why a lot of relationships fizzle out. There's a lot of relationships fizzle out. That's why people get scared to get in relationships, because spiritually they thinking, are you going to maintain this energy? Can I trust you to maintain this energy? Yeah, the sex is great. Yeah, we Netflix and chilling. Yeah, nobody in the world make me feel the way you do. You was there for me when nobody wasn't. But is you gonna finna keep this same energy? So that's where Saturn come in. That's where Saturn come in, Leo Risings, to help you understand and see the potential of what relationships you should keep placing time into. But a lot of y'all, to be honest with you, Leo Risings, a lot of y'all finna break up with your partner. A lot of y'all, this is the last 3 months. These are the last 4 months you got. It's Saturn retrograde, is bringing closings and endings. This is, if that shit been hanging on, I'll keep hanging on. That last wheel is about to be gone. Let's not wait till that shit get nasty. If that shit is toxic, is nasty, you hanging on to some shit, this is it. This is it. I ain't trying to project on your shit. It's just that Saturn wants you to build structure in your life and build healthier relationships. So it's going to terminate the one that it's expired and you learn what you had to learn in it. And all relationships don't have labels. We are in a situation ass ship generation like a motherfucker right now. So that person you've been on and off with for however long, that cycle finna come to a close. That shit finna be done. Now you're gonna have the intuition. I'm not saying this about relationships that I'm saying this for all the relationships for Leo Risings that you already feel this shit. You already feel like it's on rocky grounds. If you in a healthy relationship, you're a Leo Rising, like everything is positive, this and the third, this is just going to be a reminder to make sure that you practice patience, understanding your partner, and you continue to make sure there's a sense of personal development regardless of what's going on in your relationship. Don't get too comfortable. Saturn don't like comfortable energy. Don't be getting too comfortable. Why you can't feel me? Why you can't look your fucking best when we go out? Like you represent me. You just be throwing anything the fuck on when we go out. The fuck would I take you to the cookout for? I'm supposed to be proud to take my shorty to the cookout. You just all right, you ready? No, I'm not ready no more. Go do something with your fucking hair or some shit. Like, what the fuck? Motherfuckers get comfortable in relationships. All right, hurry up. You said you want to have sex tonight, right? Hurry up. Come on. Go ahead. Just take it. Go ahead. Like, I don't want that. I don't want that. So this is just going to be me by myself. Motherfuckers still go ahead and get in there, though. Like, all right, fuck it. But, all right, go ahead. Go ahead. It's like, so you ain't going to put no passion or nothing into it? You just going to make me feel like I'm bad because I'm still doing it, even though you're not connecting with me? You know, a brother not going to say no. Most brothers ain't going to say no to that. You got to be real sensitive, deep, connective ass brother. Oh, shit. Motherfuckers get caught. At that point, the relationship dead. At that point, the relationship is fucking dead. All right. If you want some, like, it's 10 o'clock, I'm about to go to sleep. I got stuff to do in the morning. It's like, damn, you don't even make it spicy no more. I remember when you used to just come. I remember the first 7 months. You wouldn't even tell me that. First 7 months, you just came on the couch and started touching me here, kissing me there. Now your ass got me on the motherfucking Now your ass talking about you finna do this, that, and the third. You got this much time left. You just take the passion out of everything. This relationship is dead. It's as dead as your ass is right now. I'm just fucking the corpse right now. But I'm gonna still get it in though. I don't give a fuck what I don't care if you mad at me or not. I'm sorry, y'all. I got a dirty sense of humor. I got Mercury and Scorpio. I'm sorry, y'all. Got a very dark, raw, raunchy sense of humor. I'm sorry. Been way too accommodating. Man, man. A lot of y'all on the Leo Risings is really a big extreme right now. Ain't no real medium. Ain't no real medium right now. Is this motherfucker reciprocating effort, or or is they way too fucking comfortable right now? I don't mean that much for this person to give me that same energy right now. All right, fuck it. Let me get closer to the motherfucker who is finna give me this energy. Let's terminate this shit. So yeah, that's what, like I said, shit come to an end around Saturn retrograde time. That's what the fuck it is right now. That's what it is. You may have ended the relationship. You may have ended the relationship last year though, and this is a new situation or whatnot that started after Saturn went direct. You just started dating this person earlier this year. All right. So yeah, the relationship, y'all not finna play with people like, and you finna see around this time. This last thing I'm gonna say, Leo Rising, is with the partners. Around this time, you gonna really see who you could depend on. You're gonna really see who you could depend on around this time. Like Saturn's gonna show you who's reliable, who's stable in your life. So, okay, we back. So, yeah, when y'all see people true colors, Leo Risings, business, remember, not just your partner, business partners, your friends, they true colors finna pop out right now. They've been popping out for y'all the past year and a half. Saturn been trying to structure your life the past year and a half through relationships. So right now, you about to see if this person that you have in this situationship with or you're dating is something that you need to keep placing time into. And Saturn just went motherfucking retrograde. So this might be the last month because you might be looking at it like, you know what, I gave it enough time. It's summertime because people patience run low before summertime. Listen, if somebody really put an effort to date your ass right now, I'm telling you, they see something in you. They see something in you. Because I'll be walking outside, I'll be like, shit. Matter of fact, let me keep my thoughts to myself. But that's what's going on right now, Leo Rising. All right. That's what's going on. That 7th house is finna be restricted. You can't just be chilling with anybody, doing business with anybody, dating anybody, fucking anybody. You will run into some bullshit right now. And you're gonna see who you could depend on right now. All right. Cancer Rising. The 8th house. And another thing, one more thing, what's the name? Leo Risings. You may be dealing with somebody right now, and it may be somebody you do want to invest into, right? It may be somebody you do want to continue to build this rapport and build a relationship with. But there may be some delays though. It may be hard connecting to this person. It may be hard finding time gaps in your schedule because, you know, Saturn may be influencing you right now to take care of what you got to take care of and not stress this connection, so you can embrace the time that you guys do have together when y'all connect. So you're dealing with somebody new, you know, you just started dating somebody or whatnot. There may be some delays and some slight frustration when it comes to connecting with this person. So embrace that time between each other. All right? Embrace that. What's going on, Seed of Love? I love when y'all put words together. I don't know if Seed, I'm guessing Seed might be short for one of your real name or something. But I see y'all get creative in the spiritual community. Y'all put certain words together. If you just look at the word, like ain't no fucking word. But when you say your whole shit together, that shit, like Seed of Love. Like you can't say your name without it sounding like that. Y'all have to be creative. I see y'all creative, giving y'all flowers. But so those are my Leo Rising. Those are my Leo Rising. Now, what's the name? What you call it? Cancer Risings. Cancer Risings. Just want to make sure I get a good timestamp. 327. Okay. The 8th house. The 8th house. It may be some things slowed up with finances here. It may be some things slowed up with finances, joint finances. You waiting to hear from your lawyer about some shit. You got pending case about some shit. All that shit finna be delayed like a motherfucker. All right. Anything that you got your money tied in with somebody else, you got a Saturn in the 8th house, Cancer Risings. Yeah, that's gonna be delayed at the moment. Don't lose your shit overly dependent on what they bring into the table. Try to be as independent as possible. Saturn, nope, I don't got none. I got that little purple shit right there. Is a roll on. Just forearm, neck. So, Aquarius in the oh yeah, that should be, yeah. Mm-hmm. So, excuse me, y'all. So Aquarius in the 8th house. This is influencing shadow work, of course. So Saturn finna start working on insecurities, things that you keeping heavy. You feel me? It's finna look at all of these things, and it's like, yo, we have no clear mind and be emotionally straight, you know, or have clarity on what we building if we just holding on to things from the past. So Saturn finna put some ending cycles to things you holding on to a little too long in the 8th house. All right. Also, when we're looking at things dealing with possessions, okay, just like that 2nd house access, Aquarius on the 2nd house. Who's in the 2nd house? Capricorn Rising. Just like how I told Capricorn Risings, they may have to develop a new perception on how they deal with possessions and how they value certain possessions in their life. You're gonna be going through that same shit, Cancer Rising. So superficial habits and all of that shit. That shit finna be you finna, in some type of shape or form, be influenced, to have a more evolved way on how you look at shit from a superficial point of view, how you look at possessions in your life. And the 8th house deal with your desires. The 8th house deal with your desires, okay? And our desires are one of the number one things in our life that we don't be having patience with. You know, when we desire something, we want the shit now. Whether it's a sexual desire, whether it's a pleasurable desire, whether it's a financial desire, we want all that shit right now. And sometimes when your desires is out of control, you will do some brazy shit just to get that shit, just to manifest that shit. Saturn in this house, Saturn going retrograde in the 8th house, is about to place restrictions and delays on things that you're attached to, potential all type of attachments, things that you consider a pleasure, things that you're emotionally connected to the point you can't think straight because you're too emotionally involved with this person, place, or thing or habit. There's going to be all type of restrictions with these things. And if you're trying to force yourself to keep a certain negative habit in your life, a superficial habit in your life, you're going to experience transformation. You're going to experience an extreme moment during this retrograde. So Cancer risings, you want to look at all this shit that you feel like if you don't have in your life, you're just going to stop breathing. Because y'all some dramatic ones. I ain't going to lie. Cancer energy we don't talk about how dramatic Cancer energy is. We do talk about how dangerous y'all can be and how powerful y'all are. But y'all is as dramatic as Leo. You can put a Leo and a Cancer in the same room and not know at times who's who at times. Sometimes it'll fake fuck you up at times. Be like, damn, that's the Cancer, that's the Leo. Oh shit, I couldn't tell the difference. I really couldn't tell the difference because Cancer's got that same shit that Leo got when it comes to that I'm the shit type of factor. They have that trait. They ruled by the moon. So when it comes to how they feel, if they feel like they the best rapper, if they feel like they the best fashion designer, if they feel like they the best astrologer, if they feel like they the best author, it could come out in a Leo way with their expression because that's how the fuck they feel. So the conviction that Cancer has about themselves or with something that they do can be that strong on others to the point it come off like it's Leo energy a little bit. And Leos can be as emotional as Cancers. I told y'all neighbor signs have way more traits than y'all realize. Y'all gotta start looking at y'all neighbor signs, and especially if you were born in the early 90s, 92, 93, you have traits of the sign before you based off of a certain shift we experienced. So me as a Libra, I have a lot of Virgo tendencies. If you're a Capricorn, you got a lot of Sagittarius tendencies. If you're Aries, you have a lot of Pisces tendencies. If you was born from the early 90s moving on. So you need to pay attention to that shit. You need to pay attention to that shit with motherfucking Cancers. Cancer rising, you need to point out what this is going to be a time, once again, that 8th house, any form of attachment, we got to take care of that. We got to take care of it. We got to take care of that shit. Because it's gonna cause I don't want 8th house transformations that are not initiated and they happen because we're overindulging or ugly transformations. They could be things we got to deal with for the rest of our lives. Your ass addicted to sex, drinking, smoking, food, shopping. Saturn finna get on that ass right now the next 4.5 months. So we got to take care. We got to take care of that. We got to take care of that. It's no excuse. All right. I know it's not. I know. The longer we are attached to something, it's the harder it is to detach. But when every sign in the world is pointing towards showing you life could be better if you detached, then it's only our faults if we cause some real transformative shit in our lives because we didn't know how to step back from something that was giving us a sense of pleasure, making us feel good, making us feel comfortable. These are all things that we need to learn how to naturally do for ourselves. I've been sober for a little while. When you fucking high all the time, like weed smokers don't really realize that we be high all day. Now, I'm not finna judge or whatever, but that's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy being high all day, every day. It's kind of crazy putting yourself in a state that when you're being sober, you got to adjust to this shit. Like, damn. Like, it is wild. It's wild. So I emphasize it because I know this. We can put ourselves in jail. That's spiritual jail. It's like, fuck, like I'm this influence, I can't stop connecting to it, embracing it. You feel me? But at this point, I don't want to have to depend on this to feel like this. I need to be able to feel like this shit naturally. So becoming sober for a lot of individuals, that shit is whenever you're doing some shit that got you under the influence all the time, it's gonna take a while to adjust being sober. That shouldn't be something that we should adjust to. We should naturally be able to know how to thrive without other influences. But life happens. Life is life. Like it is what it is. You feel me? It is what the fuck it is. But that discernment button got to kick in sooner or later, y'all. That monitor button got to kick in sooner or later. For some of y'all don't need to be extreme like me and just stop smoking altogether. Maybe some of y'all actually do have the control where you can limit your smoking to the point that is like, it is what it is. Like, I smoke on the weekends, this, that, and the third. These are my goals. There's some people are different. People are different. Me, I know what I overindulge into. So I can't look in the mirror and keep lying to myself. And I don't like staying in jail, staying in spiritual jail, because I couldn't control something. All right. So if you've been watching me for the past couple of years, y'all already know what the fuck I be talking about when it comes to self-control with all different type of shit, whether it's substances, smoking, sex, whatever the fuck it is. You feel me? So that's what's going on with my Cancer risings. And you got to have a lot of discernment right now with anything that has your money tied up with other people and certain business joint ventures right now. Saturn may put that shit to an end right now. Or Saturn may have you realize that you can't depend on this person that you thought you was going to build your finances with or going to build this business project with in some type of shape or form. And Cancer risings, y'all intuitive as God knows. So don't ignore these red flags. Don't ignore your intuition at all. Don't ignore none of that shit. So that's my Cancer risings. Gemini risings. Gemini risings. What is this? Yeah, every time I don't go live for a while and there's a huge transit, I see a habit here. I'll be breaking that 3 hours like it's nothing. All right. Gemini risings. Now, the ninth house. There's gonna be some delays with all type of things surrounding education and your spiritual journey. All right. Maybe some slight frustration. Maybe some of you guys are still you guys take classes for certain things, courses for certain things. Some of y'all is in school or whatnot. All right. Experience some delays with something you need from your professor, something you need from something you needed from somebody in the school department. You trying to hear back from a school or something. When it comes to your spiritual journey this past year and a half, Saturn has been pushing you to be more of an example in the physical reality of everything you've been learning from the spiritual aspect. So you may have been feeling strong influences to get your hands invested on things dealing with, how you exercise spirituality, whether it's like getting more hands-on with your altar, getting more hands-on with connecting to your spiritual family, getting more hands-on with your meditation, getting more hands-on with how you study astrology, this, that, and the third. So like Saturn in this house, it has to make everything realistic. We have to find a way to use something. So spirituality and his education is what it has to use here. Now, this is the thing. This is the thing here. Gemini risings. Very social placement. Very social placement. You know, you may not be as talkative as a Gemini sun or moon, but you have the ability to articulate yourself as well. But the thing with this placement, Saturn retrograde, you know, the ninth house deals with adventure. So there needs to be a discernment with the adventures you go on this next 4.5 months. This is what I was just saying this to Libra Rising in the 5th house. So that's a fire house too. So the 5th house, 9th house is real. It's kind of, you could say it's pretty sociable in the sense where, let me not say the 9th house is as sociable as the 5th house. Really, the 5th house is very, very interactive house. You know, the 9th house could deal with a lot of adventure experience, but a lot, depending on certain signs in here, you might have Aries in the 9th house. You might be good going on solo missions a whole lot, you know. You might have Aries in the 9th. Who's Aries? That's Leo Rising? Yeah, that's Leo Rising. So a lot of Leo Rising, they'll go on trips by them fucking selves. They'll go on trips by themselves. They don't need nobody to come on a spiritual journey, retreat with them. They're not gonna influence or in a negative way they may force their belief system on others. But for the most part, they do that shit individually. They independent, finding themselves spiritually. Now we got Aquarius here with Saturn being retrograde. So we know Saturn placing restrictions here. So this ain't the time to just jump on any adventure just cause. This ain't the time to be that spontaneous this summer. You gotta have some discernment with what you're doing, how you're doing it, and with who you're doing it with. All right. Saturn ain't playing that whole chaotic, super adventurous, spontaneous, losing track of your schedule type shit this summer. Saturn not doing that shit. And you don't want to deal with the regrets of that shit. Like, damn. Like, all right. With this alignment, Gemini rises, like, make sure your budget is good for your vacations. Like, don't be like going on vacations. Gemini get on vacation and you get there, your ass ain't got no money, but you like, fuck it. Like, I just had to make sure I ended up there. Because that's like the mindset that's like the mindset a Gemini placement would have. Gemini, Sun, Moon, and Rising. Like, listen, I wasn't going to block, or Sag placements too. Like, I wasn't going to block my experiences. Like, I just needed money to get there. When I got there, I knew I was going to, it wasn't like I was just going to be forced to fly back in the next week. I knew in some type of way, my friends or something, it was going to hold me down. But you tell us that shit when we get to the resort. You tell us that shit when we get to the Airbnb. Don't pull one of those. This is not the time to pull one of those Gemini Rising. If that shit ain't in your budget, if you got certain responsibilities and priorities, that vacation, we can only take one vacation this summer. Or we only moving around here and experiencing this summer. We got shit to build right now. We got shit to structure. I got to manage my schedule a bit better right now. All right? Because the 9th house don't got no goddamn structure is the last word we talking about in the 9th house. Time management schedule, that's the last thing we're talking about in the 9th house. Okay? So I need y'all to understand that shit, Gemini risings. All right? There may be some delays, all right? When it comes to traveling and vacations, if you already have it planned or something, or when it comes to traveling and moving around, period, you know, you got to exercise time management. You will miss time gaps to do certain things, being late, this, that, and the third. They'll ruin opportunities here and there. So you got to be cautious with anything dealing with traveling around this time, period. All right. But overall, though, you cannot allow, you know, and that's what I'm getting up over the weekend, too, signs through the 9th house. I'm getting that up on the weekend too. So you just have an Aquarius in this house, you know, y'all spiritual beliefs and shit. That should be good. That should go against the fucking grain. You like me spiritually, like, you feel me? You ask me what the fuck I believe in. I'm gonna tell you some shit. That shit ain't gonna be. You got a minute? How much time you got? You ask me what I believe in. You ask me about my form of spirituality. How much time you got? It's Aquarius in the 9th house. You feel me? Very independent when it comes to their how they dive into things from a spiritual perspective, you know, and their educational pursuits and whatnot, you know, and become very influential. A lot of times here, these people can develop different new perspectives and outlooks on things dealing with spirituality. So if they're a Gemini rising is an astrologer, they're going to have a whole different way of fucking interpret. And we all do. All different astrologers do readings different, teach differently, you know. But expect the Gemini rising, especially with Aquarius in the 9th house, the way they even learned about astrology was probably through a real weird way, through a real a different type of fucking way or some shit than other people get hip to it or whatnot. So, you know, Aquarius is going to got that Uranus influence, you know, the way they express things dealing with spirituality or their belief system is going to be pretty influential, or in some type of shape or form, it can be rebellious to a lot of what the masses may believe in. All right. Even if we're not talking about a spiritual perspective, you know, a lot of Gemini rising, you could count on them. You know, when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, you could depend on a Gemini rising Aquarius in the 9th house to come with a whole new perspective. I ain't really think about it like that. You could depend on them for one of those. I ain't really developed no theory like that. And that shit was fake too. But anyways, I'm telling y'all, TV is fake as fuck. Like TV is way more faker than y'all really think. Like it from a very scary perspective. Anything on your fucking TV is fucking fake. All right. Anything dealing with fucking celebrities is fake. All right. So situations like that, and they dress it up. They dress things up real nice. They dress things real up. They know how to do certain things to make us think shit is real. Like, but that we not gonna get that shit energy. But yeah, you just want to be careful with how you moving around. There's maybe some delays and frustrations dealing with things that you want to experience, certain adventures. You know, you're not having a time gap or resources to jump into this. You know, something you want, a place you wanted to travel right now, this and the third. You trying to force it is what's gonna cause some bullshit. Don't force none of that shit. You know, don't force none of that shit. All right, and be on top of how you're traveling. And then once again, when it comes to spiritual practices and your educational matters, all right, you know, all of these things may have delays on them, whether you're learning, you're actually in school for some shit, this, that, and the third, or you're doing something dealing with school and education. All of these things is a little delayed at the moment with Saturn being retrograde here. And you learning to exercise your form of wisdom or spirituality into the physical realm and be more of an example of your energy in the physical of your belief system in the physical realm. All right. Gemini rising, Taurus rising. Oh yeah, another thing, Gemini rising. There's gonna be things coming to an end with your belief system. There's going to be things coming to an end with your belief system too. So you may have believed veganism was the way to go. You might evolve from that right now. You might evolve from that these next 4.5 months. You know, you might have believed this was the only way to look at astrology. You're going to evolve from that the next 4.5 months. You know, belief systems will be shattered and broken down for you to have a more expansive view on how you view things with reality and how you view things on your spiritual journey too. All right. Especially certain things you may have it, because the 9th house also rules experiences. So things you may have experienced in the past and you're holding on to because maybe it's a negative thing. Saturn is going to emphasize that circumstance in your life in some type of shape or form to let you know, like, motherfucker, we need to use this shit to build our character. Stop holding on to this from a negative perspective. All right, we're stronger from that shit. We're wiser from that shit. Anytime you look back at that experience, we're not finna sink into the emotion of it. We're gonna look at the gem in the perspective of that shit. Saturn has a serious temperament. Saturn has a very serious temperament. All right, Taurus rising. Now, when it comes to career, when it comes to how you getting money right now, Taurus rising. Comes to your all of that shit that shit might be in a transition right now. Okay. Now Saturn loved this house. This is home for Saturn. So this past year and a half, you've been experiencing some things breaking down in your 10th house to build you back up in some type of shape or form. There may have been some big breakthroughs this past year and a half with Saturn transiting your 10th house. All right, whether it's that promotion, whether it's you finally being able to establish that brand, jump into entrepreneurship, get that job you really wanted, whatever it is, there may have been some big breakthroughs with Saturn transiting this house. All right, now is retrograde. So we're seeing what is expired as far as what doesn't work for us right now, what doesn't work no more in career, and what chapter of career we need to put to an end in order to embrace a new one with Saturn in the 10th house. Hold on, y'all. My neighbors having a whole cookout. You know I'm finna go get me a plate after this. Y'all thought I was gonna pull up. Y'all know I was gonna pull up. Stop playing with me. But anyways, the 10th house, yes, you've already been experience your breakthroughs and been having to potentially break things down to build things up. Like I said, this past year and a half, Saturn in the 10th house, you may have been started a lot of new things in the past year and a half to build your 10th house up, or started investing into something that deals with your reputation and your social status in some type of shape or form. But now that is retrograde, we finna see why we need to put an end to certain things with career, why these might be your last months at the job that you work at. You feel me? It may be something within the 10th house that you discover about how people perceive you and your reputation, and you may have to kill a part of your reputation right now. It may be something that you deem as negative to your reputation, how people perceive you, and you might have to kill that imagery in your head right now in order to allow yourself to embrace building something else in career. So it's like okay, it's like there was a point. Once again, I use myself for example. There's a point like everybody in my life just knew me for basketball. Like that's just what it was. I was a basketball player to stand the third. Then once I started teaching astrology, Bora went crazy. Once I started expressing astrology and spirituality, like, motherfuckers, if you really knew me, all my real homies know that this is me. So that changed my social status. That changed my image to a lot of people. You guys may be experienced, but I had to embrace breaking that part of me. When it comes to how people perceive me, I had to not be attached to that and how they think about me. Is this type of energy you're going to be experiencing? It's going to be hard to continue to stabilize or build what you want to build in the 10th house until you embrace the new image that you're building, the new brand or business that you're building, instead of being so attached to how people already perceive you, to the social status you already got. When Saturn's in the 10th house, it's doing construction work. Okay. So when it's retrograde here, there may be, it's pretty much guaranteed you're finna have to break some shit down right now. It's pretty much guaranteed you have to bring out the bulldozer right now. It may be some shit that's in your 10th house, in responsibilities with work, career that you don't want no more, and you feel like you can thrive having more authority over your 10th house in some type of shape or form. This is going to be the process where we break it down. This is going to be the process where we breaking down in order to build ourselves back up, build a new brand, build our own brand, you might be still in the same line of work, but now you jump into being more of an authority. So you may deal with health. You may have been a doctor for how long, but then it's like, you know what? I don't really like the way the health system in America runs. And, when I was a child, I always wanted to deal with health. I always wanted to help people. So I became a doctor, this, that, and the third. But then I started realizing, like, them motherfuckers is killing niggas in that bitch. The hospitals kill people. I was tired of killing people. I was tired of this fucking bad karma. I was tired of giving these fucking prescriptions that kill people. So I went and took my work experience, and now I'm transitioning. I'm putting a death. I'm ending the cycle with how I'm perceived as a doctor in order to gain more authority on my own individual way of building up, this shit. So now I got my own brand, this and that third. I got my own YouTube. I got my own website. I still do consultations. I still got my license to practice medicine. I got my own private office and shit. So shit like that Shit like that if you got Saturn retrograde in the 10th house. And there will be things that Saturn is going to be pushing you to restrict in order to build your 10th house up. So if you got a certain goal, a job, a brand or business you're trying to build, when Saturn is trying to build that shit and you're not making some sacrifice, you're not sacrificing the time for it, the effort is not being applied, Saturn finna turn up. So whatever it is that you connect into that's throwing off what you want to build in the 10th house, that shit might be a dud. Like Saturn might fuck all that shit up. Saturn might fuck all that shit up. You know, just so you can get so heated and realize you haven't been taking care of priorities and shit in order to get back to building up things that you want to stabilize with career pursuits within the workplace or whatnot, and how you want to. And once again, you might be in a state where you're looking for direction right now with career. You're going to find it during this retrograde period. You're going to find it. You're going to find how to take that next step or that next way to build, but it comes with experimenting here as well. All right. You got to take some, you got to put some energy work into what you want to build so Saturn can help re-navigate you, retrograde. So it can help re-navigate you, help you understand a more efficient way of building here. You find a pattern and routine that works for you. All right. But yes, you guys may be going through a death with how people perceive you in some type of shape or form. You may be going through a rebirth process in some type of shape or form while Saturn goes retrograde here. All right. So you want to embrace that shit, Taurus Rising. All right. You know how resourceful you is. You know, it might be as simple as you working at a new place. You know, you stop working at where you're working at now in order to put yourself in a position to work in the same industry or something, but in a better environment or an environment that reflects your energy better. So it may be that type of situation as well. All right. So that's my Taurus Risings. Aries Risings. Aries Risings. All right. There's going to be some things coming. There's going to be some things coming to an end when it comes to community and group efforts in your life. When it comes to people you associate yourself with, certain communities and groups you're a part of right now, Aries Rising. Which video are you talking about?
Oh, ready to leave now.
All right, I just need 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Oh, she said she's downstairs right. All right.
Tell her 10 minutes. So when it comes to community, any type of community you part of, organization you part of, people you associate yourself with, Aries Risings, these things are coming to an end. We could see some things, we could see some delay and frustrations within the career field as well. All right. So this is going to open up networking opportunities. This is going to, in the past year and a half with Saturn in this house, your social circle been going through a transformation anyways. There's a lot of people that you used to be like this with probably, 4 years ago. And it hasn't been like that the past year and a half to 2 years. So there's an evolution going on in this 11th house with how you deal with who you deal with and how you participate with things in the world. It may be certain activities that you used to be involved in with a lot in the world that you don't even be involved with no more, So it's almost like an evolution helping you to find soul tribe by being more isolated from things that you've grown out of in order to connect and build new circles and associates with people you do resonate with. All right. So with this retrograde period transiting the 11th house, guys, this is definitely going to be a time where you want to have discernment with where you're going and who you're going with, because 11th house does rule unfamiliar faces and places. It's the outside world. So it's still going to be a lot of networking opportunities, and you're really in a space to build a lot of fruitful relationships right now, Aries Rising. If you do got something that you're working on or that you're building, this is Aries Rising. If you do have something, Aquarius in 11th house, if you do have something that you're building or structuring right now, you want to be as interactive as possible this summer and this Saturn retrograde shit. For as long as Saturn is in this house, all right, you want to make sure you're on top of that shit. All right. My IG live is ending, y'all, so I'm gonna just finish up this 11th house and 12th house on YouTube. So yeah, Aries rising. I know you got a strong isolated nature, but exercising different forms of communication, interactive environments, embracing network opportunities, and on top of social media, of course, is going to manifest wonders around this time. All right. But now that Saturn is going retrograde, you could be going through an evolution of, old associates, friends, or environments you've been a part of, groups you've been a part of, starting to shed skin from a lot of these things to build ones that resonate with you more here. Okay. But that's the thing. As an Aries rising, you got Aquarius in the 11th house. This is where Aquarius likes to be. So you having this placement, this will kind of gets you out into the world by default. You end up still knowing a lot of people. You end up kind of meeting people, a lot of people with different resources. You could connect to these people to help you get a loan. You could connect to these scamming ass niggas to help you hit a lick. You could connect to this person over here you personally know that does tarot and they're a spiritualist, and that's the homie, so they'll look out for you, this, that, and the third. So like Aries rising still gonna know a lot of people. It's just that how they pick and choose with how they want to conduct themselves with these relationships. So that's very important when it comes to your very important when it comes to Saturn being transiting here. But now that it's retrograde, there's going to be a huge emphasis on things being a bit delayed when it comes to who you associate yourself with. And that may be a huge indication as to these individuals here or this group, you outgrew them already. You evolved from them already. They're not really helping you with the things that you want to stabilize or structure in your life right now. And we need to continue to work on self and work on the things we want to build in order to open up energies in this 11th house so we could start connecting to people that really resonate with what we build in this structure and our ideals. And the 11th house also deal with abstract thinking. Okay. And you got Aquarius here. So we know how Aries energy is very individual. Aries is one of the most individual, if not the most individual sign in the zodiac, and you're Aries rising. All right. So one of the most individual placements you can have. All right. And some of you guys are more individual than the Aries sun and moons. More individual than the Aries sun and moons, So when it comes into that Saturn being retrograde in the 11th house, you want to embrace the change of certain relationships, or you want to acknowledge the fact that you don't resonate with certain people the way you used to. But like I was saying, you already got a lot of individual outlooks in the world, just having, just based off these two placements, Aries on the ascendant and obviously having Aquarius in the 11th house. All right. Especially if you also got Saturn in there in that 11th house. This is important for you to understand around this time. Very important for you to understand. Okay. A lot of you want to embrace the networking. Yes, there may be some delays with things involving other people. Doesn't mean there can't be a lot of positive things that come out with your ability to network and connect with other people, or your ability to connect with people who resonate with what you're building by you taking the time to make personal development something that's of priority here. All right. This is also another place where you guys will deal with some peer pressure and motherfuckers probably making you a bit more unstable and reckless and unscheduled in a way. All right. So you want to be on top of that. And last but not least, Pisces Rising. All right. Pisces Rising, the 12th house, okay, is dealing with when it comes to addictions and attachments. This is the time we got to end these cycles right now. We got to end these cycles. You got Saturn going retrograde. These next 4.5 months are going to be living hell if we don't know what we attach to and what we don't pretty much know we addicted to. All right. It's going to be a living hell because we're going to manifest an extreme moment. We're going to manifest an extreme moment here. And that could go left in so many different ways. That could go left in so many different ways. We know the 12 houses we dealing with. We're dealing with all different type of confinement, hospitals. We don't want to be in no hospital in the 12th house because we wasn't disciplined with something, because we were overindulging into something, because we was attached to some shit. All right. And Saturn retrograde was trying to get us to pull the plug and we wasn't listening. All right. That's going to be very important. You're going to notice what from a person, place, or thing or environment, you're going to notice where the enabling comes from and where the insecurity comes from to feed these attachments. Saturn finna get on top of that shit, you know, especially now that it's retrograde. Now, when it comes to so this is really like an intense psychological shadow work type of period for you guys, you know, which is gonna build a lot of resiliency, you know, you guys using Saturn to restrict these things. See, this is what I'm saying. Saturn transiting these houses is gonna give you the strength and the access to be able to restrict shit. So the house that you have Saturn is not just beating you up, like, well, it can play out like that, but because you got Saturn in that house, you're going to have more of an access to be disciplined in the house and be more structured in the house than somebody else. This is why you may play out as an example of stability there. Okay? So when it comes into the 12th house, you know, this is a healing. We talk about hot girl summer. Oh no, this is a healing girl summer for you. Pisces rising, this is a healing girl summer for you. Best believe that. All right. We get into the root of some insecurity. We get in the root to some attachments. We taking our time to understand how to plan and structure when it comes to our creative abilities. You know, your creative projects, you may see some delays and frustrations, but you have to stay on top of wanting to work on it and place time into working your creative gifts into the physical reality. And I know at times, Pisces rises, you just want to thrive with your creativity. Sometimes you wish you didn't have to put so much work in understanding how to brand or structure your creativity. You just wish you could just throw it out in the world and attract people. But hey, we got to utilize the different resources we have to actually learn how to build a brand and business behind our creativity. And this is what Saturn retrograde is going to influence right now. It's going to highlight the things that you're knowledgeable with, experienced with, people deem you wise with, or your creative attributes in some type of shape or form. Okay. And Saturn finna see how we can make that a foundation right now. So these next 4.5 months is a great time to understand how to plan and structure with your creative essence. All right. And especially when it comes to your belief system, you know, 12th house has a lot to do with spirituality in your belief system. These are things that, you know, Saturn is going to want you to place more time into exercising and learning and reflecting on your spiritual path to understand where you came from spiritually, as far as how you've been expanding and learn and growing through certain experiences this past couple of years without even realizing what you've grown through. Saturn needs you to acknowledge that you're being developed through these things. Okay. But yes. There's gonna be a healing girl summer, a healing guy summer, and we want to make sure that this is being emphasized here. Pisces rising. All right. So but like I said, last thing, the creative projects. This can be a fruitful ass time getting these things stabilized right now. You taking your time to build your business, build your brand that has a creative essence behind it. Don't rush nothing, and don't overwhelm yourself with time frames you want to make. You want to get this to pop by July, don't overwhelm yourself with none of that. All right. You just come up with the most efficient plan as possible and then structure that and stay consistent. All right. Some days going to be a little harder than the other days, Pisces rising, but don't worry, universe going to work with you. All right. So that's what we got going on with this long ass breakdown on Saturn influences. Everything with Saturn take time. So y'all knew I came into this live thinking I was going to have to rush it, and my circumstances changed. All right. Yeah. So I hope that, you know, provided some clarity as to what you've been experiencing this past year and a half with Saturn in these houses and what there is to be experienced with Saturn going retrograde. All right, guys, we're going to catch up throughout I got some videos to upload. You know, if you haven't seen my signs through the 8th house series, you might want to tap into that. All right. Uploading signs through the 9th house series this weekend. All right. Got new uploads on my Patreon. So y'all want to tap in, gang. Until next time, folks.